Morning, zingers, and happy Friday, guys. I hope you're ready for a fantastic trading day. If you're ready to end the week green, make sure you smash that like button. I hope you guys are ready because pre-market playbook starts right now. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Zach, Corey, Big Bear Hug. Good morning, Brandy, Tyler, Emperor, Christine, Lambo. What's up, Lambo Rolls? Good morning, guys. Crispy, Marty, everybody. Leedson, Dave. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all ready for a fantastic day. Brent, Candace, what's up, guys? I know I'm excited for today because it's going to be another great day here trading at Benzinga's pre-market playbook. So drop some tickers. Let's get excited. We have Powell speaking at 10 o'clock. We've got 13 coming on around 8:45, 9 o'clock. And we have Anne-Marie coming on at 11. So, guys, we got a full day packed out. What's up, Aussie Zionist? JJ, what's up, everybody? Good morning. We got a full house in here. I'm excited. Yes, sir, guys. Let's get it. Run that like button up. Get excited. We're going to have a killer Friday to go into the weekend and have a great weekend. Yes, sir. We got it. All right, guys. Let's head into some morning updates. What do we have in store for us today in the economy? So for our economic data, we do have President Trump is speaking at noon. That's 12 p.m., but that's not what everybody's listening for today. What most people are tuning in today is for Jerome Powell's speech, and that's going to be at 10 a.m. today. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Got a great show today. Fed Powell's speech at 10 o'clock. So if you're a futures trader, you trade SPY or QQQ, would definitely recommend not being in any trades in an overall market when Jerome Powell speaks, because when he speaks, he could mention something about rate cuts or he could mention something about no rate cuts. And when that happens, the market could give us a very volatile and rapid response. We have some great articles in store for you guys covering what we should listen to, so make sure you stick around. Hey, I appreciate it, Charles. Absolutely. So, guys, we do have some top earners for today. RLX before open. Let's see if we have any analyst upgrades. MNSO upgraded, ESAB upgraded, and some downgrades as well. VLRS and GAP was also downgraded as well. Now, if you guys want, we could get into some SPY. We could get into some articles. First, I did want to cover the overall markets from last night. Now, stock markets today, the NASDAQ, the Dow, the S&P 500 futures, they have risen overnight ahead of Powell's speech today. They haven't really been giving us the biggest of moves, though. They've really only moved about, I believe it was 0.22%. So we see S&P 500 index and the NASDAQ up only 0.22%, while the QQQ is only up 0.14%. So not the biggest move overnight. We're probably going to get that response going forward. Yo, good morning, Pete, Bernard, Van. What's up, guys? Guys, we're going to drop a poll. Let me know, are you thinking hawkish or dovish today with Powell's speech? Really curious as to know what you guys are thinking. Is inflation coming in? Are we finally starting to see some of the impact of tariffs? We've got a lot going on. So we can take a look. Investors are eyeing crucial comments on the labor market, inflation, and the trajectory of interest rates from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell's speech later today at the Jackson Hole Economic Policy Symposium. So guys, this is big. This started yesterday. His speech is today at 10 a.m. Eastern. So be ready for that. That's in a little less than 2 hours. The theme of the 2025 symposium is labor markets in transition, demographics, productivity, and macroeconomic policy. So very great topic for this year, if you ask me. The 10-year Treasury bond yielded 4.34%, and the 2-year bond was at 3.79%. The CME Group FedWatch tool projections show markets pricing at a 71% likelihood of a Fed rate cut. Guys, if you've been tuning in, you would know that at some point this 71% was nearly a 90%, a 92%. Now it's dropping down to 71%. And this next article is going to tell you exactly why. So Jackson Hole preview, don't expect Powell to wave the rate cut flag just yet. The Federal Reserve's Jackson Hole Economic Symposium kicks off Thursday, but all eyes are on Jerome Powell's speech Friday at 10 a.m. Guys, it's going to be very shortly, and hoping for clues on interest rate cuts, but Powell is unlikely to commit just yet. Guys, this is a major red flag right off the bat, right? We've seen markets were selling off the past few days If we take a quick look, this is the NASDAQ. We'll pull up the ES so you guys could see that's the ES, or the SPY. We could also pull up the SPY so you guys could see on the daily time frame how bearish we have been, right? We came off of, these were all-time highs, so technically we're still making higher highs and higher lows, so we are still in a bull trend. However, if we look back at the past 5 trading days, 4 out of 5 of these days have been red, closed below previous day lows, and have been trying to continue lower. So something I would note on today's current price action, now we're looking at the SPY, guys, is yesterday's price action, we had an inside candle. What's an inside candle? An inside candle basically means it failed to break above the recent candle's high, and it also failed to break below the recent candle's low. Now, when this happens, what happens is the market gives us a tighter range. Now, our range went from 640 to 633 to now only, this is about 637 to about 633. So a way traders do like to trade this type of inside candle would be to look for a breakout of either direction and continuation. Now, something I like to look for is a possible breakout and then a failure, because a lot of traders are anticipating that break above in continuation or break below in continuation because we have been bearish. But we're not going to see a real move in the market until we get some answers from our Jackson Hole meet with Powell. So the theme of this year, like we mentioned, guys, is labor markets in transition. Couldn't be more timely as the Fed grapples with the cooling jobs market and inflation that continues to run above target. Now, at this point, the Fed's sort of seeing that, inflation staying steady, and this could be because of the tariffs, right? Now, people say, oh, tariffs don't affect us, tariffs don't affect us. At this point, the Fed is starting to see some reactions in our economic data because of our tariffs. So that is keeping inflation steady. That could be a main reason why they do not want to give us a rate cut. They also noted that tariff effects were becoming more apparent in the data, like I just mentioned. Participants cautioned that the inflationary impact of tariffs remains hard to quantify, but many observed that domestic businesses and consumers were predeterminately bearing the tariff costs. So we do want to be a little careful with that. And this is, of course, Jackson Hole's preview. This is what we're going to be listening for when Powell speaks at 10 o'clock today. And NVIDIA suspended. This is a pretty big one for any NVIDIA traders or investors out there. So NVIDIA suspended China-focused H20 chips as Beijing pushes for domestic alternatives. Analysts warn of a weaker Q3 outlook. Guys, this is pretty big, right? So if they're looking for a weaker Q3, we've seen NVIDIA has been flying for quarter after quarter, double beat after double beat. Is this when NVIDIA finally starts to slow down? Are we truly in an AI bubble? If we don't already have a poll up for the hawkish or dovish, I would like to know your guys' thoughts. If NVIDIA, or if AI, I should say, are we in an AI bubble? What's up, ATL? What's up, Buffalo? Hope you guys are doing well today. So NVIDIA Corporation has reported, NVIDIA Corporation has reportedly ordered suppliers to halt work on its H20 artificial intelligence chip for China. Now, originally, they had to make this H20 chip for China because there was a dilemma and there was an issue that they weren't allowed to give them their original chip. So they had to make a specific chip just so they could ship it to China. Now, at this point, regulators in Beijing push for local firms towards domestic alternatives, and Wall Street analysts caution that ongoing uncertainty could weigh on the company's next quarter outlook. Again, something we want to be aware of, especially if we're investors and we're going into that next quarter, because I believe NVIDIA reports earnings very soon. We check out on NVIDIA right now. We have earnings on the 27th, guys. Earnings on the 27th. It is the 22nd. So that's in about 5 days on NVIDIA. We do have earnings. That will be our, I believe, Q2 earnings. So we don't have Q3 just yet. So NVIDIA told suppliers, including Arizona-based Amkar Technology and South Korea's Samsung Electronics, to suspend work on H20 chips. Amkar provides advanced packaging for the chip, while Samsung supplies high bandwidth memory. So it's a full station. It's a lot going on, guys. It's not just NVIDIA that's going to be impacted. AMKR and, of course, Samsung Electronics, these are also going to feel a bit of an impact. All right, we've got a lot of people saying you don't think Powell's going to commit. I'm thinking the same way, guys. I'm thinking Powell's going to come on, say, inflation's still where it is. We're going to keep it where it's at, and markets are going to react however they want to react. Now, my initial thought is if he says there's no rate cuts, everybody is going to assume bearish. Now, what happens when the majority assumes one direction in the market? We usually get that inverse reaction. Just like when the US bombed Iran a couple months ago, oil went from $73, then it opened at $78 a barrel. And instead of continuing towards 80, above 80, because we attacked the Middle East, people were thinking oil's going to go up. It gapped up to 78 and then it sold off. And now it's trading at 61. So if everybody's thinking bearish because there's no Fed rate cuts, could we get a bullish move? And we're going to know the answer to that after he speaks around 10:30. He's only going to speak for about 20-30 minutes. So we will know the answer fairly soon. A lot of times we get that answer in the first 5 to 10 minutes of him speaking because he sort of wants to come out there and get it over with. So as for Walmart doubles down on discounts to fight tariff-induced inflation as lower middle-income shoppers adjust spending habits. Yep, guys, don't forget, keep the tickers coming in the chat. If it is something on our movers list, we're going to wait for our lucky 13 to join us. I love calling them that. It's a good nickname. But we'll go over some market analysis. We'll find some key levels. We'll find some great trade setups as we usually do. So Walmart is aggressively increasing discounts to combat rising costs for tariffs as the retail giant sees middle and lower income shoppers altering their spending habits in response to higher prices. There's our higher prices. There's our tariffs. Again, sort of leaning towards, even reading just an article on Walmart gives me a bit of an understanding of the entirety of the economy and how it might have that impact when Jerome Powell speaks. Walmart protects shoppers from inflationary pressures. The company is leaning into its price leadership to protect consumers from inflationary pressures. It now features approximately 7,400 price rollbacks, as increase of 2,000 from previous quarter. That's pretty good, guys. Pretty good. We'll keep an eye, guys. Middle and lower income groups bear the brunt. Management noted that while consumer behavior has been generally consistent, as it usually is, there are clear signs of pressure. Not surprisingly, we see more adjustments in middle and lower income households than we do with higher income households. Of course, he added it was a category. He added that in categories where price has risen, Walmart has observed a corresponding moderation in units that the item level at customers switch to other items. So people are starting to say, okay, this is getting too expensive. Let me go down to a generic brand. They're starting to notice that that's the clue that they're seeing, that people are starting to pinch pennies, sort of save money here and there. So again, could Walmart, being the massive brand that it is, getting a report like this on the same day and same time around that we have our Jackson Hole event, could this be giving us a little bit of an insight, a little bit of a clue? Now, Broadcom's AI push gains speed with Microsoft, Meta, and Apple pouring billions into data infrastructure. This is huge, guys. Hey, good morning, Knights. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all doing well today. Hope you're ready for a fantastic trading day, guys. We're going to cover these last few articles. We'll go over some technical analysis. We could cover some futures, movers, and more. So make sure you hit that like button, ready to make some money today. So Broadcom, which is AVGO, is riding the artificial intelligence boom as soaring big tech investments in data infrastructure fuel demand for its custom chips and networking solutions, propelling the stock to strong year-to-date gains even as the company faces regulatory challenges in Europe. We can take a quick look at Broadcom right now. So that's going to be AVGO, and we can see how AVGO is currently performing. Now, AVGO, it looks like it was right at all-time highs, and we're just going to zoom out and make sure. Yep, so this was all-time highs on AVGO right when the SPY and QQQ were also at all-time highs. Since then, it has pulled back about as much as 10% at some point. So we do want to keep an eye on AVGO when it can hit, if it does hit, I should say, that 20%, which is all the way down here around 250 per price. That is considered a bearish territory, a correction, right? When we're below 20% from all-time highs, that is considered a crash or correction. I believe 10% is correction, 20% is a crash. Now back to our article. The custom chip maker has surged 25% year-to-date, outpacing the NASDAQ Composite's 9% gain as booming demand for its networking and application-specific integrated circuit, ASIC, businesses position the chip maker at the center of AI-driven rally. More than $400 billion is planned AI infrastructure spending through 2026 from Microsoft, Meta, Alphabet, and Apple has created unprecedented growth runway for suppliers like Broadcom. So Broadcom's the supplier, while big tech like Meta, Alphabet, Apple, Microsoft are the consumers from them. So AVGO, again, another company that's going to be able to sustain and hold some value to it. So I do like AVGO. And then we got another little bit on NVIDIA, and then we'll go over some SPY, QQQ, and we could also cover the Dow, guys. Whatever you guys want to cover, but I like to cover the main market sentiment first, so we could go over the rest afterwards. So NVIDIA CEO buying the NVIDIA rival stock is very smart, hails it as one of the greatest companies in history. NVIDIA praised Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturer, which is TSMC, and suggested that investing in the company would be a wise move. This is interesting. A CEO of another AI company saying that it's a smart move to invest in a different AI company. Hyung's remarks came during a visit to Taiwan where he expressed his gratitude to TSMC for its work on NVIDIA's Rubin, right? So they were working together. The company's next-gen AI chip platform reported by CNBC. He also noted that TSMC is working on 6 new products for NVIDIA, including a new CPU and a new GPU designed for advanced computing with particular focus on AI. This is pretty big right here, guys. TSMC and NVIDIA starting to work together there. We could take a look at TSMC as well as a company, as a stock, see where we're currently trading at. Clearly brought up the wrong one. Let's see. TSMC. TSMC. Taiwan Semiconductor. Interesting. I'll look into this, guys. I'll see what I can find. Clearly on the wrong chart here. Don't believe this is correct. 26 a share. We'll look into that, guys. TSM. Yeah, it is TSM. That's what I thought. I was going to say, I know that there's a ticker for this. Benzinga throwing me off with that TSMC. Here we go, guys. There we go. We found some support here at TSM, guys. Right around this 220 to 227 area. This is where I would look to see if buyers are able to hold us here. Now, we did just take out this recent low, but it looks like we're starting to consolidate on this point, right? And what do I mean by consolidate? Well, I mean that price tried to move lower on Wednesday, tried to move lower, and then we held back higher. Tried to move lower again Thursday, and we held back higher. So I'd want to see again today if it wants to move towards that 227 area and possibly start to hold. And this could be a good area to load up on some long positions on TSM, especially because it's got a good backing from the CEO of NVIDIA. So we got a few things lining up. And if you were to get an entry from here, if you were just trading the stock itself, would look to return almost a 10% return. Yo, what's up, Brian? Good morning, guys. Here we go. Let's check some tickers. What's up? What's up? APLD. Let's check it out, guys. Applied Digital Corporation. Beautiful. Oh, this is a nice one. Had good volume coming up over here. We see that our volume was continuing. Our volume picked up. And then it stayed pretty steady. Earnings right here. Had our gap up on earnings. And volume followed through on the day after earnings. So that's another great positive note. So we're seeing good clues in the market for APLD. We are on a daily time frame. Let's zoom back out, find some recent levels to work off of. I see our recent highs over here. So let's start marking them out. We have our pivot high right here at 1968. Now, you guys know me. I like my key psychological levels. So I might want to move this to $20 even. Or if anything, what I'll do is I'll mark out that 1968 and I'll use the rectangle tool and mark it out to that $20 even. That way I have this whole little area marked out and that helps me. That gives me an advantage, right? Because now I could see this is a resistance point. That might be a next possible target, $20 even. We're right above 15 right now. Let's see if we want to find that. Bullish setting up for another leg up. Oh, man, I'm excited about that, guys. Let me know. Producer, let me know bullish is on our movers list today, and we'll cover bullish next. Let's check our 15-minute time frame here. Now, if I was looking for a trade setup on APLD, it would really need to find some continuation because you guys know me. I like my pullback trades. I would want to see a move out of this range first. So I would need to see something like this, and I'll draw it out for you guys. So you see how we're range bound? We're chopping, we're up, we're down, we're up, we're down, we're up, we're down. I would need to see us break higher And then once we could break higher, I would need to see our volume down here start to pick up. Once we break higher with increasing volume, I'll look for, what do we look for, guys? Our volume profile. And I'll look for our volume profile to give me a low volume shelf somewhere near our break of the high. And that will be where we retest to enter our long position to target possibly that $20 mark. This could be a possible swing trade opportunity. Wouldn't be the longest swing trade, would really be looking for a few days to hold this so we can make our way higher. And same with volume, right? We see volume picked up on July 31st, picked up again on August 18th. Today is August 22nd. Does volume want to pick up on a breakout, or do we break down and want to continue lower? Guys, let's check out bullish. That was one that IPO'd last week, had a really strong move. There we go. This looks good, guys. This looks pretty solid. So it IPO'd right over here. Here's our IPO price. Came out $90 even. IPO. CRDL, yo, we got you. Absolutely. Guys, drop some tickers, hit that like button. We're going to be coming up with some great trade setups today. We've got 13 joining us soon. It's about 8:20. We have Fed Jerome Powell speaking for the Jackson Hole event at 10 o'clock. Guys, we've got a crazy day in store. So let's go bottom, let's go middle. This is our IPO price on PLTR, $90 even. We're currently trading at 68.32 pre-market. First thing I'm going to do, guys, is I'm marking out that previous day high. So I'm marking out previous day high, 70.39. Good morning, Yassine. What's going on? I'm going to come to my template, previous day high. Great. Now, what I would look for, same deal, guys, is I'm looking to see pre-market wise, or when the market opens, can we start to grind higher? Now, yesterday, some people use what's called a measured move. A measured move is basically when we get one leg like this, you take it from the low to the high, and then you drag that move to the next leg because you're expecting two legs from this move, one and then two. If that is the case, what we'd be looking for is possibly a price target around 77 on bullish, or of course could head towards that 78 area that I do have marked out with a blue zone. And check it out. It was an area of resistance before. Let's see. So pretty solid on bullish there. I would want to use our volume profile on yesterday's price action. There we go. This is beautiful, guys. This is really lining up bullish right here, guys, for a possible long entry between 66.50 and 67.75. And I'd look to see if we could hold that, right? So hold above 67. Take some longs once we get back above 68, or buy some calls, or are there options on bullish at the moment? Let's see. Check our options chain. Check BLSH. Could always buy stock. No bullish. Nope, no options on bullish at the moment. So would look to buy some stock down here. And again, if you were to buy around 67 and we made our way towards 80, you're looking at over a 17% return. Hey, what's up, Tom? Good to see you too. Absolutely. Diamond, what's up, guys? What is up? MRVL. Please explain the details on your volume profile, setup, and settings. For sure. So guys, real quick, just so you guys understand how I use volume profile. Yeah, on Hood, we could go over Hood for sure, guys. Absolutely. We hit bullish. Once I go over the volume profile, let me know. Don't be long in anything once Powell speaks, man. You could be long in something and the market could get hit with a bat when Powell could open his mouth and goes, "Good morning, everybody." And then the puts go up and the calls go down. Next ticker, we will do Palantir. That's a big one, guys. It's huge. Love Palantir. Real quick on our volume profile. So what I look for, guys, is I'll look for our trend. And we see we had a trend yesterday on bullish. So I would take our our anchored volume profile. It's a tool over here on TradingView. Come over here to our projections, down to volume based, anchored volume profile. And then I'm going to come down. Hey, good morning, Jane. What's going on, everybody? Man, we got a big room. We got a big show ahead. I'm excited, guys. Make sure you run that like button up. Be excited, too. Excited for a great Friday. I'm excited for some volatility, finally, because markets have been giving us such bad price action. Everybody has been anticipating Powell to say something huge. We got to get these rate cuts. We're going to have a 90% chance. Now that 90% chance dropped down to a 70% chance. I'm thinking it's going to drop to 50. I'm thinking Powell's going to say no rate cuts. So we'll see. Using our volume profile now, I'm going to put it on our 930 candle because I want to see where our volume was from our 930 candle and from the beginning of this trend until now. So I'm going to plot it there. And what I like to look for is I like to look for areas where there's lower volume. So right over here, I see there's a very low volume shelf right between 67.60 and 67.75, but that's a little too small of an entry and a stop loss. So instead, I see that this whole area right here, we see that it is much smaller than our relative volume up here. So if we're able to trade back lower into this zone right here, I would like to see if we could hold that area for a long position on some bullish. And that looks pretty solid, guys, right? If we do want to continue this trend higher, we could drag it down to here, really. This is where the longs began. And look at how much more evident this looks now, our volume profile. This is so clearly a low volume shelf that this is an area that the market's most likely going to try to retest to get some more volume in this area. That's right, guys. Hit that like button for sure. Got to know what color tie is Powell wearing today. Check out Palantir, man. Palantir had a crazy sell-off towards that 150. It held it. It's looking pretty solid. I liked Palantir off of this blue zone. I forget if we marked this out last time I was here with you guys, but throwing our Fibonacci tool, right? So let's use our Fib tool from our low to our high. And look at this. Now we have our 50%. Our 50% marks our premium and our discount. So we would want to buy at a discount or sell at a premium. Now, because it's a bull trend, we would want to buy at a discount. So we'd want to buy below our 50% so we can make our way back towards that zero or the top. What minute chart do you run? So right now we're on the daily chart, but usually when I'm day trading, I like to use a 5-minute and a 15-minute time frame. Beautiful gap refill. Awesome. We got some gap fill traders in here too. Wonderful. Yep, we had a nice gap fill here on Palantir, right? Where a lot of people might have said, oh, this could be support. Me personally, I like to use gaps as support. But Palantir said, no, thank you. I'm running right through it. It did that. It's pivoted off this key level 145 down here in this demand zone that we had key psychological level 150 in, and now we're able to make our way higher. And guys, another huge green flag. Palantir looks ready to rip back higher again, guys. Look at this increase in volume right here. This is major. Last time we had some good volume. Look at this. Strong volume. We had a pullback, and then we made new all-time highs. Strong volume on a pullback, then made all-time highs. Strong volume on our reversal candle. Is it going to go make new all-time highs? Guys, this is pretty huge right here on Palantir. This might be its second leg up. Well, at this point, like its 80th leg up. This thing's been trending for quite some time now. But the trend is our friend, guys. And without us continuing lower, the trend has still been bullish. We are making higher highs. We're still holding this low down here at 128. So we want to be a little careful. Somebody's asking for Meta. We could definitely look at Meta. Other people were asking for AI. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you're all doing well. Meta is a stock that I personally love. I remember I was looking at it. I bought some Meta down at $98 way back around like COVID era. And I was like, why is it only $90 a share? It was a fantastic time to buy. I mean, look at this. Not even 2022. I got out around 180, but oh my goodness, this thing just flew. All right, so Meta came off of all-time highs right near that $800 level. 796.25 was our all-time high on Meta. So something I would look for with Meta would be this red zone that I have marked out right here. This was an area of resistance, and we see that here on our daily time frame that we were resistance a few times right over here. So this is our daily time frame. So that means each one of these candles is a daily price action. So if we were to go to a 5-minute, we would see a rejection at this high on this day, a rejection at that high on Friday, another rejection on Monday, and a big rejection on Tuesday. All right, well, guess what? After Wednesday, we gapped up above that resistance zone. Now that we're above it, I want to see this area work as support now, right? Because whenever we have a resistance point that showed us resistance, we want to see it hold as support once we're able to break above it. So that's what I'd look for on Meta. Possible longs, possible long-term position build around 727 to about 718. Now, again, Meta being one that's very heavily affected by news, by data, by Jerome Powell, this is something we want to be careful with, guys. Absolutely. Costco down $25. Oh, we could take a look at Costco for sure. RKT, AI, another big one. But this is what I look for on Meta. Would like to see if we could find some support. We are at the bottom of our current range. So we see that since July 31st, Meta was range bound for about 13 bars, so 13 trading days, range bound between 794 to about 750. We just broke below 750. We're currently trading around 740. I would like to see us hit some extreme lows around 727. So that's what I like to see on Meta. We may see, Lion, good call, and Palantir might see 120, 125. Those were some key levels. If you want, Lion, if you're just tuning in, rewind about 5-10 minutes. We were just covering Palantir. Let's cover, I believe somebody asked, where did it go? AI. AI was another big one. C3 AI, C3PO. Let's take a look at our daily, guys. So this one took a pretty big hit, but if we're zooming out, right? When in doubt, we want to zoom out. We see that we just broke a major pivot low. This was a crazy area of support, like really, really well area of support. This might be a good buying opportunity on AI right here. I would want to do a deeper dive into the company itself, go into the financials, go into everything like that, sort of see where it stands. Has it been consistent with its earnings? How's its revenue? And would take it from there. Let's see. Let's go to our weekly. So because look at this, guys. I'm already so zoomed out. I'm already looking back at 2024. If I keep zooming out, I can't really read the candles and the zones clearly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to a weekly time frame. And now I'm able to see the chart a lot more clearly, right? Look at how much more clear this is. RKT, Hood, we got you guys. Absolutely. NVTS. Oh, guys, you're lighting it up. Absolutely. Oh, Cam, I'm so sorry I missed your message. SMCI, we will cover that next. It's a great, great one to cover. SMCI was actually one that we saw in one of our articles this morning. So we will cover SMCI next. Do apologize for missing that. But AI would like to see some possible buying around this $16 to about $13 mark. Could possibly make its way back up to 40s. This could be a really good stock to buy and hold now. It could still continue lower for a little bit, right? It could definitely make its way to even $10. That's why I said I would watch its earnings. We see that the past few earnings have all been double beats. This is fantastic. So this might be a really good buy opportunity, especially because it's coming into its earnings, to see if it has a good earnings call as well, to have a good projection going forward for the company. And again, if you're buying down here around $16, $14, even if you bought at $20 and it made its way back to the top of this range, which it was just trading at, well, guess what? That's 100% return right there off of a stock, not an option, a stock. So this could be a pretty good buy and hold opportunity. Would want to see what's going on with the company's internals as well. SMCI. Let's get it, guys. Let's get it. Beautiful. Oof. SMCI, man, this has been a rough one. I remember covering the earnings on SMCI, and producer, I'm sure you remember it too. This one has been a very strange one to trade, let alone strange company in general, where they would miss an earnings report, not miss it like they missed earnings, miss it like they full-blown didn't even cover it. Then they had earnings where they had a miss, they had a beat on revenue, a miss on earnings, a double miss. They had another double miss recently. But SMCI isn't really, it's not an AI company. They're the software and hardware around the AI, right? They work with companies like AMD and NVIDIA. So again, it's sort of one of those companies where I want to make sure it's a sustainable company. I'm not getting invested in something that could go bankrupt. It's SMCI, though. It has been around for some years. It has done very well in the past. Would really need to see some continuation on that end. We do have a little bit of a trend line support area right here, which would show us coming back down towards around 38, under $40 a share. Same situation as AI, where we're sort of in this range. And if we want to try to buy the low of the range, which would be almost anywhere down here, buy the lows and look to get out at the highs, we're looking at a really good return on our percentage, on our ROI, return on investment. So that's something I would look for on SMCI. Now that was the weekly time frame. Looking closer at a daily time frame, we could see some other zones and levels we're watching. We have this $50 level. We have the $66 level. We have got a lot going on. I would really look for buys around $30, $27. This would be pretty great. But that's what I see on SMCI at the moment. It is trying to make some lower highs So check this out, right? We made higher highs all the way over here. Then we started making some lower highs, and lower highs. That's a bearish sentiment, right? However, it was making lower lows, and lower lows up until recently. Now it's making higher lows, higher lows. So we want to see if we could cover or if we could hold this $27 mark to make a higher low and then break this bear trend and continue higher on SMCI. This could be a possible good setup as well. Again, would want to look more into the company, see what's going on. Hey, I appreciate that, Tanya. Absolutely. You got it, Kim. Absolutely, for sure. Looking for Uber, we could definitely check on Uber. That's a big one too. I believe it was right near all-time highs. Look at that, guys. Another big one. This one I would sort of put up there with Palantir in the sense that it's been moving very well this year. Especially off of those April lows. A lot of companies had a great return off of those April lows. That is when Trump announced the Liberation Day, the whole 90-day stay on tariffs. All right, great. Well, look at that. Uber went up over 60% since then. That's a fantastic return. Now, at this point, I do have a big area of resistance, and that was between 81 and around 86. But right now, check it out, guys. This was an area of resistance a few times. We rejected it up here. We rejected it up here, rejected it over here. Then we were finally able to scale above it, and we've been holding it as support, right? Holding support over here, holding support over here. So around 84, 86, this is where I would look to possibly get some long entries or some stock on Uber if I'm looking for the company to continue higher. It is in a bull trend. It's definitely not reversing just yet. So this might be a pretty good long-term investment when it comes to Uber. Yeah, Powell's going to ruin the day or he's going to make the day, man. Let's see. We could take a look at Apple. That's another good one. Guys, I love it when you recommend the large cap stocks because not only are those my favorite stocks to trade, but they're not on our movers list. So we could save the movers for 13 when he joins. Guys, make sure you're running that like button up. I do appreciate it. I love my coverages here. Obviously, you guys usually have the one and only Ryan on, but I'm covering for him today because he does deserve a day off every now and then. So show some love to Ryan. He works his butt off for us over here at Benzinga as well. Let's see. So Apple's in a bit of a tough spot right now. I had an area of support right between this 225 to 227. Now we were melting through it the past few days, but volume started to get weaker. Check this out. We started to finally break the lows, right? We broke the lows right over here. So you would think we're trending lower, but with the breakdown, check it out. With the breakdown, volume did not pick up. That's red flags. Red flags all over. Red flag on the play. That is a huge fake out, in my opinion. I do not think this is going to have follow through. We know we have Powell today, so that could give us a crazy upside target. Apple might be in an okay spot. The thing with Apple, though, is I would be a little concerned that it hasn't been near its all-time highs in a while. Apple made all-time highs back in December. Since then, April lows were over here. It was able to return at some point 26%. It stayed chopping around 214. It needed earnings to finally break above 214. It's 235. I would want to see, and we'll mark it out as well for you. So this blue area we had marked out here on Apple, I would want to see this hold up. CMG for sure. For sure. We could check out CMG. But for Apple, I would want this area of interest around 210 to about 213. So if Powell gives us a crazy move, Apple nosedives. 209, 210 might be a pretty good spot for some Apple longs. Let's see. CMG. Pretty sure that is Chipotle, right? That's what I'll go get for lunch if Chipotle's looking good today. Ooh, Chipotle with a big hit. I'm pretty sure they had their stock split. I'm sure you guys remember when Chipotle was trading around like 1,000, 2,000 per share. They had a 50-to-1 stock split. That is wild. Let's see. So we're on our daily time frame. First thing I see, guys, clear bear trend on Chipotle, CMG. Lower low, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low, lower low. I would not trade this. This would be a big no from me, guys, if you ask me. It is still in a clear bear trend. In my opinion, to want to be long or bullish on a company like Chipotle right now, I would want to definitely do a deep dive into the company. I'd want to see what the price per earnings is at. I'd want to know company wise and stock price wise, what is its target price? Is the target price only about $50 where we're trading really close to it, or is the target price 70 and we're extended and should make our way back higher? So I'm not a big fan of it. If we were to make our way back higher, right, we're looking at a 57% return, but we would want to be patient. We wouldn't want to try to go long down here for the sake of a good return on investment if we don't have confirmation that we're actually reversing. So with that being said, I would really want to see if CMG could get above 47.18. That's in this big gap fill right here. Now, something to note, just like most gap fill trade setups I showed you guys, I'd probably want to see more of this. Lower high, lower high, lower high, comes into the gap. A lot of traders go long thinking we're going to fill the gap. That's incorrect. We use the gap as another lower high. This might be a good spot to short Chipotle. So we'll take a look. Again, we'll be patient on it and we'll see what the market has in store. Would you explain again Palantir intraday with volume profile levels? Absolutely, for sure. Palantir, PLTR. Alrighty. So we'll get rid of the fib tool for now, just so it's off our chart. We'll also get rid of this gap fill, so it's also off our chart. Because as I always say, guys, a clean chart is a happy chart. And when we keep our charts as clean as possible, where we only have levels that we're sure of, it gives us a lot less of an emotional bias and a lot more of a clear view on the chart. So if I was using our volume profile here, this is Palantir on the daily. Does Benzinga have an options trading show? That's a good question. No, Benzinga currently, we have our pre-market playbook, which is our shows every morning from 8 to about 11, 11:30, sometimes 12, depending if we have extra shows running. We do have, I host, guys, and I want you to all join. Next week, I'm bringing on a special guest for my show here on Benzinga. It's Wednesdays. It's called Futures Fever. Wednesdays at 11:30 a.m. Eastern to 12:30. This coming week, I'm having special guests. That's right, Zach. We got Anne-Marie today. I mean, guys, we got some of the best talent here at Benzinga. Next Wednesday, however, I'm bringing on, his name is Andrew Diaz. He goes by the Stock Market Wolf. Pretty big guy on social media. Mainly trades options. SPY, QQQ, has very large profit days. But I'm going to have him on next week for Futures Fever. So, guys, make sure you run that like button up here and join me next week for that. It's going to be really cool. Yeah, CMG will be fine as long as you got DCA and hold for 6 to 12 months. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, option show with Anne-Marie. Yep. That's true. That's true. I was thinking more of like a daily show, but yes, option show with Anne-Marie. We had it last Friday. We'll have it again this Friday. Anne-Marie's got some of the best analysis I personally ever seen, and the way she comes up with her trades, her options trades, blows my mind. It's amazing. Really great stuff. So make sure you guys stick around. That show is going to be today at 11. Guys, it's 8:43. We got 13 joining us soon. MRVL, yes, Zionist. I'm so sorry. I saw that earlier. I did miss it. Yeah, Anne-Marie is the options queen. Tom knows Andrew. That's awesome. Yeah, that's going to be a great show too. Guys, I want to bring the heat here to Benzinga. So run that like button up and most definitely show us some support on social media. More importantly, Instagram. Drop some likes, drop some comments. That options show, Johnny, is going to be right here on our pre-market playbook around 11. All right. Let's see. So here's our Palantir. I'm going to take our volume profile tool, and I want to put it right here. And the reason I want to put it right here is because this is where our resistance finally flipped and became support. So something I'm really noticing on Palantir is this huge low volume shelf between 169 and 165. Check that out. That's right with the gap. So this would be a major error. What's your volume profile is different from mine? Yeah. So when you open the volume profile, it's the AVP, anchored volume profile. Number of rows is correct. You're going to do row size. You're going to change it to 50. It's usually on 25, and it gives you less areas. But if you do it to 50, it sort of smoothens it out. It gives you more of these shelves. And then for volume, you want to do total instead of up and down. Hey, good morning, Shady. What's up, guys? Good morning. I hope you guys are ready for a fantastic day. Mark, good morning. This is our volume profile, anchored volume profile. It's available on any charting platform. This is TradingView, and you're going to come over to our projections, come down to volume based, and use anchored volume profile. Now, I love the anchored volume profile because guess what? Now we can go down to a 15-minute time frame or even oh, here we go, perfect. 15-minute time frame, and now we have our lows, we had a rally. Now I could take my volume profile and start it at this low because I want to see when we started to reverse. Perfect. We have our P shape. Now a P shape on a volume profile is a bullish indicator. That means we have low volume to the downside and high volume to the upside, making it a P shape or a backwards P. What this shows us is that volume was accepting price at higher levels. This is a bullish sentiment. So what we would look for is to see if we could dip back into these low volume areas and find some longs below the range. So this might be a really good spot for Palantir. And again, this would be a long position and a long-term position. This would be a trade that I would look to enter today around 150 and really look to hold till at least 180, even 190, or new all-time highs. Would you please explain a fair value gap is and how to profit from them? Yeah, we could go over that right after. I just want to get MRVL done for our homie Zionist in the chat. He has been cracking for it, so we are going to cover it. MRVL will start on our daily as per usual. Take a look at our trend. I see that we did break these lows right here. So check this out. Right there. We broke those lows. We did make higher highs, but we broke these lows. We filled this gap. We had a gap right here. Well, we didn't fully fill it yet. Check it out. We came into it. We rejected. We came into it. We rejected. At this point, check this out. This is the price action I'm seeing on MRVL, guys. I'm seeing that in this big blue zone, this is our gap. We took out a high right in here. So check it out. We made a high. We took it out. We rejected back out of the zone. We took out this high right here. We rejected, came out of the zone. Now, what I would want to see on something like MRVL is if it wants to do the same thing. Does it want to come up into the zone again, break this high, and then reject back lower? At this point, though, if we were looking at the price action here on our most recent price action, we would see that we're currently at the bottom of this range. So here's our blue. We would see our intraday or recent price action. This is our range. Guys, it's super, super helpful to use the rectangle tool, no matter what charting platform you use, to just simply draw out tops and bottoms of ranges because it gives us that easy of a visualization to say, oh, we're at the bottom of a range. I was going to go short. That would be silly. I don't want to sell the lows. I want to buy the lows and sell the highs. Could definitely keep you out of some poor trades. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Want to check over HIMS for sure. So, Zionist, that was MRVL for you. So key level wise, we have been chopping around support. We are near areas of support right now. So I would probably look to see if we want to hold $70 even for us to continue higher towards that 84 and then possibly that $100. Let's take a look at HIMS as another big mover this year. All right, let's take a look. And guys, like I said, don't forget, follow us on social media and spam that like button today. Hit that like. Let's run it up. You guys did great. Yesterday, you got Ryan to 216 likes. That is fantastic. Last week, you guys were the best. You got me to back-to-back 260 likes each day. You guys are awesome. Let's run it up higher. Let's go for 300 today. Guys, we're going to bring on the Lucky 13. Fantastic. 13, thank you so much for being here.
Hey, good morning, Kevin. How are you?
Doing good, man. Good morning. Happy Friday. How you doing this week?
Happy Friday. It's been a pretty good week, despite the markets being as slow as they are. And you know what? Good morning, chat. Hope you're having a good morning here with Kevin. Ryan, obviously, yes, on a little bit of a vacation. We'll see him next week. You got Kevin and I today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, guys, before we get into the movers, go show us some love on social media too. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram. And of course, here on YouTube is at Benzinga. You can follow my personal on Instagram is at Trading with Kev. Twitter is at Trade with Kev. I like to post daily market updates, short videos, 30 seconds going over what's going on in the economy. Let's get into some movers, 13. What do we got?
Well, we have a pretty small list today as the market continues to hold its breath, waiting for the economic symposium where Fed Chair Jerome Powell will be talking later today. The ones that I've taken a look at today, a little bit more depth than the others, are going to be EEIQ and ELAB. We could start with EEIQ if you like.
Yeah.
So what's going on with this one, why it's moving this morning, is that they had earnings. They report earnings 2 times a year. This is their first half earnings. And they reported a significant increase year over year in their sales. Also, their EPS was much better than expected. So we are up and away now. They reported these earnings yesterday after hours, so we're getting some carryover into this morning. They have 4.19 million shares in the float, so this is right about where we want to see their share structure, a little bit on the smaller side. They do need cash. I do see that they did recently have a private placement that they did for 1.8 million back in May, and there's also another filing that they had put out there in June, toward the end of June, that indicates that they may opt to sell shares from time to time after that filing. So might see some capital raises today, might not. Something to definitely keep your head on a swivel for. As far as where these levels are in EEIQ, sorry, I was looking at the other one that we'll be talking about here in just a second. Levels for EEIQ, I have 128 where it's at right now as a, I guess we'll look at it as a support level. But above here, the levels I'd be looking at for resistance are going to be 150, 162, 180, and $2. There's more we can draw upon as we go higher, but let's see if we can hit some of those first. We'll be looking at the ability to hold 128, right where we're at right now. Let's see if we can get to 150.
Wow.
Looking at the chart, we did almost hit 150 in the pre-market. We are coming down here to at 128 as support. Down here, VWAP is also kind of hanging out, and this is the support area from that we got in the impulse from the impulse move up yesterday in the after hours, where 128, 130 was about the top, and we've since come down and gone back up and through that level. So as long as this area holds up, should be able to see 150. I don't know if we're going to be able to get that before pre-market ends. We get into the regular session. We do have 38 minutes left, so we could still see some fireworks here in the pre-market if this VWAP and this 128 level holds up.
Awesome, man. I like it, man. EEIQ, guys, at 127, 128 right now after hours, was just trading at 57 cents a share.
Yep.
That's a massive move overnight on EEIQ. I do see that support area that 13 mentioned around like $1.06 to $1.20. I have, because this was an area of resistance in the past. Now that we've gapped above it, I would like to see it work as support. Did we have any news on this one?
Yeah, it was their earnings. They had their earnings report yesterday, and this, like I was saying, they only report like 2 times a year. It's one of those half-year companies that report. They had an increase year over year in their sales, 5.36 million. Up from 4.05 million year over year. Their EPS this time around a loss of 2 cents per share, up from a loss of 23 cents per share year over year. So big improvement year over year. That's why it's running. That's why you've got a trade here.
Awesome. This one looks good, guys. This is something we'll sort of keep on our watch list today. I do like how this one's developing this morning. What's the next one we're looking at, 13?
So the next one I took a look at is ELAB, ELAB. And this one doesn't seem to have any news that's driving it today, but it is the next highest mover. Unfortunately, it's the next highest mover. That's not a penny stock, and this is up at around 48% off its last price. So there's no news that's going on with this one, but I did see that earlier this week on Monday they had a Form 8 that gave some updates on consulting agreements. Now, I didn't dive too deep into this because I didn't want to spend all my time reading through all these. But apparently a company called Northstrive they're working with, and it seems like they may be working on some kind of an acquisition through the issuance of restricted units in order to, so it's like a stock acquisition. So I didn't get too deep into this, but it seems like that's the only thing that I could see that might be driving this movement, unless there's some news we haven't seen yet. All the same, the company has 1.48 million shares in the float. Really the kind of float we like to see that helps these move very quickly to the upside, as equally to the downside as well. Keep that in mind. This company does have cash, so I don't anticipate they're going to need to raise any capital anytime soon. It seems like they're good to go for a while. And that's really all I've got with ELAB, aside from levels. From here, if we can, well, it looks like we just lost the VWAP. So that's concerning. We'll have to treat this with a little bit of extra caution going into the open here. But the resistance I was looking at, we kind of hit. We hit that about 10 minutes ago. 294 is as high as we got. I had a resistance area of 290. So that's already working. Now, if this does find some support lower from here down around, let's say, 235, where it was, getting some resistance earlier, that resistance is now support. So if we get some support down around 230, 235, we might see this try to come back up and take out that 290. But the first thing it needs to do is recapture this VWAP, or else we will be testing those lows I just mentioned.
Yeah, look at that, man. This one's quite the mover, too. Using the volume profile, guys, we are getting a bullish pattern on it, right? Like that P shape we mentioned earlier. So this is something that I want to throw our fib tool on. Somebody asked earlier how to use fair value gaps. So let's get rid of the fib for now. I'm also going to get rid of our volume profile for now so we can see the chart a bit more clearly. Now, a fair value gap, guys, is a 3-bar price action play. It's price action. So what we look for is we look for 3 bars going in the same direction. Now we have 4 right here, so we do have a couple examples. And mainly it goes first bar, second bar, third bar, right? So we look at our middle bar, and what we want to do is we want to take the high from bar 1 and then the low from bar 2. Now this area, this is considered a fair value gap because right from this point, from 8 o'clock to 8:30, right? So this was our 15-minute time frame. 8:15 to 8:30, we continued higher. And once we started to pull back, we did not give market makers the opportunity to fill any positions down here. So we could use our fair value gap along with our volume profile to see our low volume shelf. And look at how perfectly that lines up. Our low volume shelf right there drops off to 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. This looks like a systematic 6.15K on each of these price levels. That's something that I would want to see the market come back and sort of what I'd call rebalance itself, right? So I'd want to see if we could come retest around 240 on ELAB and then make our way towards 290. I do like this one, ELAB around 240.
Perfect. I like that too, because that's just a little bit above the area where I was just mentioning where we might see that support at 230 to 235. You've got a little bit higher at 240. I like that area. I think if we do continue to go lower, which it seems like at the moment we are, that could be a really good area for that support to begin to kick in. So there you go, folks. We've got some areas of support to keep an eye on if we get that price action to go lower.
Yeah, this looks good, guys. ELAB 240. Awesome. Hey, good morning, Market Sniper. Good morning, Jennifer. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a fantastic day today. Hope you had a great trading week so far. 13, what's number 3?
Number 3, and I didn't go over this one too much, and this is going to be the last one because it's really only up 36%. There's going to be Liminatus Pharma, and that ticker is LIMN. Now, this one doesn't seem to have any news. The last headline that I see here is from last Friday. And the share structure also I don't have in Pro, but my broker says that this has 4.5 million shares in the float. So that's fine. We'll go with that because that's what we like to see. That's the kind of share structure that's good for our type of trading here. But as far as what's going on with this, I do not know. This is a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company. They are engaged in developing cancer therapies and treatments. They do have a vaccine that's in phase 2 of clinical trials designed for immune behavior towards colorectal, pancreatic, gastric, and esophageal cancers that express, I'm not going to get this name right, but
try.
guanylyl cyclase. I think that's how it's pronounced. So anyway, this is a biotech company, and it looks like I don't have any real read on their income or their balance sheet. Let's go to technicals. We always seem to find something better than just doing that. And it looks like it is trying to, it's beneath its VWAP right now, at least my VWAP, my broker, but it's trying to get some support at about the same area that it was earlier this morning at around 6:30. The 360 to 370 area appears to be where a lot of the buyers are hanging out, where support does kick in. So we're almost down to that area, and it's not too far away from the 65 EMA, which if we do end up testing, that could also help provide some support as well. We really do need to see this come back above its VWAP. It looked like it was about to do that, about 20 minutes ago. It was rejected. Next visit up there, really need to see this retake VWAP, or we might have some more downside ahead of us in LINN, and I don't know if it would recover.
This one looks pretty solid. I like the way yesterday's volume started to pick up.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, the day before yesterday had 1.29 million. The day before that, it had 475,000. So we practically 3x that amount of volume on yesterday's price action, which of course resulted in a bit of a short squeeze here, it seems. This is one that you said you have 340?
I'm sorry, 340 what?
You have 340 as support?
Yes, I think that's what I said. 360.
360. Oh, dude.
360,
Perfect.
365, yeah.
That's amazing. I was thinking yep, look at this. Here's our volume profile. We have our really low volume node right at that 360 that you mentioned, from 368 to 356. Now, I was looking at, though, with the fib tool, our 50% falls around the 354.
Okay.
So I would want to see the reaction at 360 first. I think we might want to try to hit 354 and then push back higher and stop the people out at 360.
Interesting about 354. Earlier this morning around 5:15, you had the price trying to get back up above that 345, 350 area, and it kept hitting its head-on resistance, and then finally it had a big impulse candle that took it up to new pre-market highs.
Yep.
So I do like that area there for that reason. It looks like there was a lot of buildup happening there, and it just broke out. So that's going to also be a very important support area if we lose the 65 EMA.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at. Hey, good morning, Jay. Good morning, Lion. Selena, good morning and hello and welcome to the group. Hello and welcome everybody who's new to our community, guys. Welcome. This is the Benzinga Pre-Market Playbook Show. I'm your host today, Kevin Dubrisky. I'm covering for the one and only Ryan is on vacation now, which he so deserves because he busts his butt for us every day here. So make sure you run that like button up, show some love, and we love you guys back. Drop some tickers. Let us know what you guys are looking for. It is 9:02. The New York session markets open in about 28 minutes, and we have Powell speaking in less than an hour.
Oh boy! And do we get any results from that poll? Whether or not he's gonna sound hawkish?
Oh yeah.
Dovish?
How's the poll looking, guys? What are you thinking? Bullish, bearish, dovish, hawkish, pigeonish, penguinish? China names are strong at the moment. Good morning, Beach Bum. What's going on, man? Good morning. Good morning. Tara, what's up? GI Man, good morning. Hope you guys are doing well today. We could take a quick look at futures just to see where we're currently trading at. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, it seems like and I don't know if this is just the only reason. It could be some other reasons too, but it seems like the China names are strong because there's been this, well, we'll call it an order. This order to stop using the H20s and to start using more domestically produced chips. And I think we also have news of Jensen Huang that is also visiting. Gosh, who is he visiting? He was visiting somebody in position of power. I don't remember if it was Trump or somebody else, but they're going to be discussing a different kind of chip to produce for China, since apparently China believes that the H20s have some kind of backdoor geolocating security measure. And I'm kind of leaning towards the possibility that might be true, actually, because after seeing some recent video that explored the black market supply chains for NVIDIA GPUs and AI accelerators, I'm starting to think that there may be some truth to that, but we'll have to wait and see if that ends up being the case or not. But I think the point is that there's been a real big push to use domestically produced chips, and that's kind of hitting NVIDIA a little bit this morning, I believe, and it's helping give a lift to the China semiconductor. Yeah, NVIDIA down 1.3% right now.
Awesome. Awesome. Yo, Trout, man, happy 55th anniversary, dude. Congratulations. What a milestone.
Yes, Cam, that's
Great.
sorry to interrupt you. Yes, Cam, that's the one I was referring to. I watched the whole thing before they ended up taking it down because Bloomberg did a DCMA claim, I believe. Yes.
Awesome.
I
Did
did
you
watch
see the Benzinga article from this morning about ginseng?
Not the Benzinga one. What's said in there?
It was just sort of about NVIDIA, about him praising the TSM, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, saying that it's a good. He's praising and saying it's a good investment. They were showing that they were working together. Where was that? Yes. Hung's remarks came during a visit to Taiwan where he expressed his gratitude to TSMC for its work on NVIDIA's Rubin, the company's next-generation AI chip platform.
Okay. I remember seeing that he was talking to somebody in the U.S. government because they needed to discuss the export control restrictions or the licensing regarding a new chip. So maybe I thinking of several different articles at once, but yes.
Yeah.
TSMC. I don't for some reason TSMC, obviously a less valuable company than NVIDIA, even though they make the chips for NVIDIA. I agree. I think investing in TSMC is a really good move. It's apparently been that way for a while.
Whatever Jensen says, I agree. Absolutely agreed.
Now, just looking back at some of these movers, we are still getting some support from that VWAP and EEIQ. So waiting to see if we get a little bit of a turnaround here. ELAB has not fared as well. This has continued lower, down around the earlier support area of where the 15 EMA is on the 5-minute. Getting support from that right now, but I still think we could end up going lower here, down to the area that you were, the fair value area that you were talking about. So might need a few more minutes, but it looks like we're headed there.
Yeah, no, I like that, man. I have that 240 area as low volume to 233. It's a possible position there on ELAB. Guys, the Digital Dino had a great mention. Don't forget, guys, me and 13, we've been trading for quite some time now. I'm not too sure. I think 13 mentioned actually yesterday how long he was trading for. 7 years?
Day traded for 5, and I've been investing for like 7 or 8 years. Yeah.
Nice. Awesome. Myself, I've been trading for 6, profitable for about 3.5. I found my most profitability with futures. I do like stock analysis, penny stock analysis, movers like this. And as we see, volume analysis is able to be applied to any chart, any company. It's how markets move. Markets move by volume. They don't move because of moving averages or because of candlestick price action. They move on volume. What's up, guys? But my main point in that was if you're taking a trade with us, make sure that when you're entering a position, even if you're not taking a trade with us, before you even enter the trade, know how much you're going to lose if the trade is wrong. And if you know how much you're going to lose if the trade is wrong and you think it's going to blow your account or it's going to really emotionally hurt you, you're sizing too heavy. You need to be able to take trades comfortably and know and be able to accept the loss before even taking them in order to see consistency and success. If you start taking trades that are too heavy, that just one trade ruins your day, one trade blows the account, one trade stops you out, well, you're probably oversizing. Let's recheck, relook at our situation, our system, our risk management. Kevin, up or down flip, coin flip on MKT. Take a look at MKT. Also, Shady.
The market. On the market, I believe. I think he's just asking about the market in general.
That's funny. I'd like to see us move higher off of when Powell speaks. Like I mentioned earlier before 13 hopped on, he's definitely leaning probably a bit more towards no rate cuts. With that being said, I know a majority of people are going to be expecting, if there are no rate cuts, a bearish reaction in the market. So with that being said, I'd want to be a little careful on that. If he says no rate cuts and the market decides to give us a crazy spike higher, then I'm going to trade with the trend. I do not want to fight that. Is the right volume to move it up? What do you mean by? Can you specify when you say volume? Is it pre-market volume? It's basically all volume. So volume moves the markets in a sense that when we're looking at a candlestick chart right here, and we can pull up the SPY so you guys can see the SPY chart, we have volume on our subgraph, and that shows us volume on that specific candle. So it tells us, okay, on the 15-minute candle from 9:45 yesterday, there was, you can hover over it and it'll tell us, oh, it should, it usually does, apparently it is not, but about, let's see, about 336,000 volume. Now, that sort of helps us, but it doesn't really give us clear direction or a good idea of where that volume was traded at in specifics to price. So that's why we use something called volume profile. When we put our volume profile up, that gives us our range that we see and our volume per price level. So whenever we want to find an area to enter and we're using a volume profile, we usually like to look for areas of low volume to enter the trade on, right? This would be our resistance. I'd look for possible resistance on the SPY around 637 to about 637. So 637.52 to 637.86, possible short position. And that would be when the New York session opens. Do you guys use anchored VWAP or just VWAP? So I use the regular VWAP. Some people use anchored. I like regular. I use the anchored volume profile. That gives me the ability to place it at the New York session open, to place it at the futures session open, wherever the trend began, wherever the case may be. It gives me the ability to line it up and then get all of the information I need. Volume profile. Yes, absolutely.
One thing about the potential rate cut situation, we have been seeing a lot of deleveraging on the side of rate cuts as far as what the CMA group is reporting for target probabilities. That has the idea of rate cuts has been dwindling for the past week, and I think it is a signal that the market is starting to begin to think that we're going to probably not get rate cuts in September, but we'll see what happens. Also notice that we are getting a little bit of a bounce here in EIQ. We'll see if that holds up and gain some strength to come back up towards 150. We were also getting a request here if we could look at Pinduoduo. That's ticker PDD by Marius. Just took a quick look at that. It looks like we just recently had a golden cross in that yesterday. I do see PDD, yeah, Pinduoduo. We did just recently have a golden cross in that, so it looks like it could be turning up here and coming up to a resistance area that it's been having to deal with pretty much all year. That area is going to be about 130 to 131. There's a trend line that you can draw if you want to start with the high from May of 2024, draw it through the high of October 2024. That's also going to give you a bit of a resistance area that lines up pretty well with that 130 area.
Nice.
So I think if we do end up coming up to this trend line, the first visit may not result in a breakout. We might get a rejection initially. But I think if we do get that, where we initially get a rejection, it comes back in, let's say, to 125 or 123, and finds support and comes back up, the next visit, I think, will have a lot more strength to get through this trend line than the first visit will. That's just something that typically happens with these trend lines here. So that's what I'd be watching for, is a rejection on the first visit, potentially a breakthrough on the next one.
Awesome. PDD, I don't like the volume we're seeing now. The price action we're seeing now is telling me volume got real slow on it. Like the candles are barely connecting, sort of giving us some chop right here. This is something I would want to see it return towards this 125 area and hold support. Once we could find support around 125, I'd like to see it take out pre-market high and possibly head towards that 131 level you have marked out. I have the same resistance zone.
So, and I don't even know if we'll see those prints today, but it's just something that on a daily chart, the price is trending towards. So might not happen today. Maybe it'll happen next week.
Yeah, no, but today might be our pullback entry, so we could hold it going in, right? So this might be a good little swing trade opportunity.
Into earnings that they have on Monday, by the way.
Oh, okay, that's pretty big. Look at that earnings coming up. Somebody asking about ELAB again, ELAB. What's up, Diamond? Diamonds are forever. Let's check out ELAB. So I liked 242. He said, Kevin, I did not understand why you predicted ELAB will come down to 240 as the pre-market point of control was 262. So point of control, I actually have point of control up here around 279, which is where we had most of our volume traded at. I like to use areas of low volume as areas where I want to see the market retrace, because a lot of times we'll see when we have high volume shelves like this, we stay range bound within them, right? So when we stay range bound within here, what we're probably looking for is a fake out move, right? A fake out to the downside. That way, when we try to break lower, a lot of people hitting that sell button, once we reverse back higher on them, they're going to have to buy back their position. And that adds to volume to this current range. Then we're able to target the top of the range. So this is sort of just range trading using the volume profile. That's what I'm looking for on ELAB today. And I was using that low volume shelf right near 240 to find that area of support. And that's also right below our 50% on the fib tool too.
Mutsinzi, I just looked at LIMN, and right now the volume isn't that great. I can see how it was better earlier, but right now we're not trading more than 25,000 shares every 5 minutes. The volume seems to have dropped a little bit, but as we approach the open, I anticipate it will pick back up. It just doesn't right now at this moment. It doesn't look like it's doing a whole lot. It does still look like it's got a pretty good chance here of holding this 365 area. It seems to be coming up off of that right now. Need to recapture VWAP still, but we still have 14 minutes left before the open.
All right, guys, we got our poll results in. Powell's Jackson Hole speech predictions, 42% of you said hawkish, 29% of you said not sure, and 28% of you said dovish. Producer, we got to dump not sure. You guys have to, we want to force you guys to guess.
Then you'll get less votes.
Yeah. Nah. Guys, make sure you run that like button up. We had 324 votes on that. That means I want 324 likes on today's stream. That's right. You guys dug yourself into that hole. Thank you, Brian. Brian says I deserve 324 likes. So let's make Brian
play. All right. What tickers do you want to look at before we get this market open here?
Some people were asking IINN.
Okay. This is Inspira or Inspira. So I guess initially we had this move up to 150, 151, and spent about 20 minutes trying to go higher, but I wasn't able to do so. Lost VWAP in the process. It's coming back up to it right now, but if we cannot recapture VWAP here, it looks like we may just end up going lower on a VWAP projection. That would be my assessment, just with the 8, 9 candles that we have here.
Let's see. Yeah, right.
7 candles. Sorry. So here we go. It's trying to come back up to VWAP. I would think that the recapture here or shortly before the open would need to happen, or we could be facing a rejection of the VWAP that takes this back down to where it started.
Yeah. No, I sort of like IAN below 136. This one I'd want to look at the daily. Get a little bit of an idea. See, big volume came in on Tuesday. Massive volume came in. I'm actually curious. Did any news come out on IINN on August 19th?
Let's take a look. Yeah, they secured 27 million order for ART 100 systems. They are the National Ministry of Health in Africa had placed that order for FDA cleared ART 100 systems. ART 100, I assume it's some kind of respiratory device. Don't know enough about this company to know exactly what that is. Looks like this company also had a minimum bid compliance requirement that wasn't being met. Don't know if they've resolved that. They also received a patent approval for a ART 500 technology. So again, without looking into what any of these things are, I'm just assuming that it's just another device. But yeah, on August 19th, they received $27 million dollar order.
Wow.
And they got that patent approval for the ART 500. Positions the company to dominate a $20 billion estimated market. So some positive things happening there. Looking at their cash, well, I guess they don't have a cash position read on a quarterly basis. Let's see if we got anything annually. They lose about a little more than $11 million a year. So they unless they've raised capital recently, they're going to have to do that at some point soon.
Yep. Sassy Butterfly, good morning, asking if we could take a look at Target. We could target for you.
Ha!
All right. Ooh, I like Target right here. Let's see. Bottom of its range. We had earnings. It had a double beat on earnings. Of course, it's Target. No, I'm just not, of course. Look at the last earnings. It was a double miss. So it had a double beat, which is good, right? Might give us a little bit of an insight on the economic, right? Because it's Target. We were looking at Walmart earlier in the sense that we were seeing how they were seeing prices continue higher. And that could help give us a read on the economy because Walmart is such a major consumer. So we could, not consumer, but you guys understand. I would like to see if Target could find some support down here. I do like this gap lower from the earnings. It's an 8% move to the downside. IREN. We could take a look at IREN in just a moment. Target, though, to the upside, we do have some resistance around here to here. And we see that was our highs. We have the below of our range. Now, my biggest issue with Target is that we have a whole bunch of, I call it low-hanging fruit, when we have a whole bunch of higher lows that line up really close together. Check this out. We got higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. They're like really lined up with each other. And the one right above this one, that's where we double bottomed. Now, if we're able to start to break below these levels, there's a good chance that we break through one, that we break through the rest. So I would be patient on something like Target. I'd want to see if we could hold where we're currently holding right now around that $95 mark. If we fail below 94, I'd like to see possible buying positions on Target below 87. Now, Target hasn't been below 87 in quite some time. Look at this was our other major recent pivot. This was all the way down here. Let's go right there. And we did break that for a little bit. And we haven't been to that price level since March 2020, guys. That's over 5 years. That is wild. Yo, what's up, Lucas? You give a read on ES, and what about NQ? Yo, absolutely, man. Futures, that is my cup of tea. I got you.
You've got several other things happening here with Target as well, including a CEO change that's going to be effective in February. You have Michael Fidelke as I hope I pronounced that name correctly. That's going to be who's the incoming executive officer. But I think the big reason that you're seeing a lot of the downside here, despite having a good earnings quarter and guidance above estimates, is that comparable sales have decreased in Q2. You're also getting a little bit of a citation here that the gross margin rate in 2024 was 30% versus the 29% this time, and it reflects the net impact of merchandising activities, including higher markdown rates, purchase order cancellation costs, of pressure from category mix. A lot of things, and partially offset by lower inventory shrink and growth in advertising. So like the shrinking in inventory, that's telling you right there that this is getting hit by crime. That's been pretty hard. If you've been following some news and happening around the nation, you'll know that a lot of these large retailers in some of these cities where crime has been on the rise have been closing up shop. So we've seen some margin compression here. We're seeing comparable sales lower. So it's a little bit of a devil in the details situation that you had to look into to understand why Target's on the down.
Yep, awesome, man. I like it. I'm glad you mentioned about the new CEO. Did you see that the new CEO started as an intern with Target about 17 years ago? They showed, I forget what other, I think it was Nike, where it was the same situation where they started as an intern. And have you ever seen the LinkedIn screenshot where it shows like intern, then receptionist, and then it just builds up over time. And that just shows you trader, worker, it doesn't matter what industry you're in. If you stay heavily driven, you stay determined, you will get to your end goal and then some if you keep driving, right? There is no stop until you give up. If you keep going, you will succeed no matter what industry you're in.
He clearly said when he was asked, where do you see yourself in 17 years? He said, your job.
Right. He said, sitting there.
Sitting there.
Now he's way past interviewing. That is awesome.
What did you want to look at next, Kevin?
Let's see, guys. What are we looking at? Chipotle CMG. We checked that earlier. We could check one more time. CMG. Check out ELAB. Already starting to hold that 245 level. I was looking for 242 as possible entries.
Looks like Amazon, ALAB, and AZTR have been also requested, so we can hit those when you're ready.
Wonderful. We want to start with Amazon, see where we're at on our equities. We checked, let's see. So Amazon hasn't made all-time highs yet. All-time highs are at 242. Obviously, we know at some point that was 2,400, but they had that stock split. So 242 all-time highs on Amazon. We've got a little support down here around this 220 area. We tried to break into it a couple times on Wednesday and on Thursday, but we keep wicking out of it, which tells me that there are active buying participants in this area down here. So I would look to see if Amazon is at the bottom of its range. Same thing, guys. Use our rectangle tool. Here's our high of the range. Here's our low of the range. Now we can visually see we have a range between 220 and 231. Not the biggest of ranges, but a tradable range. But remember, guys, something like Amazon, we would want to probably wait for Powell to talk at 10:30.
Now, do you have anything regarding 225 as being a resistance level?
225. I have a key level at 227. And Mr. Lucas, I promise 13's interruption did not knock out the NASDAQ.
But sorry if I did. But the reason I'm asking is because I'm looking at the daily chart for Amazon. It's struggling, it seems to me, like to hold up its 50-day SMA. And it looks like it might actually succeed in doing that. But if it does kind of move up and away off of the 50-day SMA, you have the 20-day SMA as resistance. And that's going to be just a little bit south of 225, where it looks like a resistance area prior to the breakout and gap that we had on August 14th. So I'm thinking 225. If we do get this movement off of the 50-day SMA and back up towards the 20, we could end up running into some pretty tough resistance at 225. Might not be able to get much higher than that. It could end up getting rejected. That's kind of what I would be looking at as a potential outcome if we cannot recapture that 20-day SMA.
Yeah, no, agreed. I have like I said, 227, 226. If we're looking back over here, 226 was a major area of resistance a couple months ago, like 3 days in a row. It rejected, gave us a little sell-off. Then when we were above it, it held us support. If we are creating lower highs here on Amazon and we are going in a bit more of a bear market with whatever news comes out today, I would possibly look to see if we create a higher low on Amazon around that 225, 226 area for a short position to target the next low we have, which would be 211.
And if you look even further left, we are making some higher lows as we as we've come off this bottoming from April. So a lot of compression happening, especially up in this area we're in right now.
Yep, exactly. Real tight position here on Amazon. Wouldn't really look for a long-term position until markets are able to actually show us some consistency in a specific direction.
That makes sense to me.
I'll cover the NASDAQ real quick, just because we'll do some analysis on it. We don't really have to cover news-wise on it.
And we do have a couple of minutes left. Sorry to interrupt you. We do have a couple of minutes left, so we might not be able to get to all these tickers.
Oh, I better hurry. All right, guys. First thing I always do on any chart I analyze. First off, all these blue levels, ignore them. They're key psychological levels every 100 points on the NASDAQ. Next, what I do is I drag down our open price to today's daily candle. Now I know if we're above our open, we're on a green day. If we're below our open, we're on a red day. That could help with determining bias. Previous day low was taken out already on NASDAQ, and we have reversed back higher since then. I'm really thinking a short squeeze is in play here, especially because of the news today, right? So this was our whole week. This was Monday. We sold off the whole week, right? We went down about 600 to 700 points on NASDAQ to the lows. What's the market love to do? Consume that whole thing right again. So if we could get some type of move, Powell says we're not getting an interest rate cut. Everybody's thinking bearish. Equities pop because of it and go from 23,300 to 23,400, 23,500. I would really be looking for continuation on NASDAQ today. In terms of supply, demand, support, resistance, NASDAQ has been in a pretty tight range since this is Wednesday. We sold off from these highs. I have resistance around 23.53 over here. 23,322 to 68 up here on NASDAQ. And then we have some support near 23,168. So a very tight range. I'm going to be waiting for Powell to speak, and markets are open right now.
Here we go. Good luck, everybody. Yeah, it looks like MBOT is trying to push higher into the open here, but it might get a pull, so be careful there. I just saw somebody asking about that. Meanwhile, we're going over here to these other movers we mentioned. ELAB, that's starting to get going here, trying to push up over VWAP and hit some of these resistance areas we mentioned earlier. EIQ also trying to push up. This one looks like it's trying to take out the pre-market high up to that 150 area we mentioned earlier. This could, if this volume expands, we might be seeing prints above 150 here.
Nice. Look at that. ELAB doing all right.
Let's see. IINN. That's also trying to get a little bit of a boost out of the gate here, but seems like the volume isn't that great.
Which one, the IINN or the?
Yeah, it looked like it was moving a little slowly.
Yeah. Okay, I see. Where did we have this one?
Both ELAB and EIQ trying to recapture some of these earlier pre-market levels. There we go. EIQ going higher, took out 150, coming back in a little bit. That was a nice little pot.
Nice. I like IIN just took a little dive towards that low volume shelf. And look at that, it's holding it at support. This might be a pretty good spot to buy some IINN right here, given we want to hold.
Looks like Target had a nice move out of the gate there. It was running into some resistance going into the open. Seemed like 97.50 was keeping it down. We open up and we blast off through 97.50 and print 98.
Awesome. All right, check it out. Wiz saying he's buying the dip here on IIN. Guys, remember, if you're taking a trade, please know where your stop loss is, know how much your risk is per trade. We never want to risk more than we're willing to lose in the market. And especially if you are trading, let's say stocks or even especially options, and mainly options when I say this. If you're in an options play, let's say you're in a Google contract, it's $220 a contract. So you have your stop loss for $40. If Google gives us a volatile move, that options contract is going to surpass your stop loss, and you're going to lose more than you were looking to lose. So I would be patient on that. IIN, I would also be a little careful on the dip because it tried to increase higher. Volume did spike here on the daily. Is that true? 800 volume right now? 898 volume? That's huge.
The MACD on IINN is kind of indicating that downside momentum. So if we're going to get some support to kick in here, it might have actually just hit that level, but I think it's got to go down to 125. I think that's going to be a little bit closer to where you might see some. Okay, there it is. We just hit it.
Yep. Yeah, it does have some good selling pressure. I would be careful on this one. The ELAB, I think ELAB, ELAB, that was the one we were really looking for. Oh, look at that. It just tested our 242. It's dipping into that low volume shelf now. We'll see how we want to hold. Again, be extra careful today, especially given the economic events that are going on. Guys, if you're here, if you're new, welcome to our channel. This is the Benzinga Pre-Market Playbook live stream. I'm your host today, Kevin Dubrisky, covering for Ryan. We see ELAB is trying to hold our support. This is our area we were looking for an entry. If it does hold here, we could look to trade this back higher to the top of our range. Make sure you guys smash that like button.
EIQ, this has been the one so far this morning that's been doing the best. We did just get our 150 level taken out. It's trying to push that 160, 165 area, just shy of that. The high right now is 159. If we take out that 165 to 160, 160, 165 area, 180 would be the next spot for resistance we'd be looking at here.
Bro, look at this reaction.
That was great. That was a great ELAB trade there. Did anybody take this? Perfect loading zone. Well done.
That's crazy, man. That was a beautiful reaction. Fantastic. Let's see. EEIQ. Take a look. Guys, let's run that like button up. I want to see 300 today, man. Let's break some Benzinga records. ZM asking for Zoom. Zoom had earnings recently. Yeah, their earnings call went, yeah, we're overcharging people for FaceTime. And they and the investor said, that's awesome. Let's keep it going.
Wow, is this all today? What the heck? Oh, wow. Okay. So that was some pretty wild movement out of the gate.
Whoa. Yo, guys, Elab, I hope some people took that one. That is wild. What was the other one we were just looking at? I think it was IINN.
EEIQ. EEIQ was IINN is one of the ones we looked at. That one
That one felt weaker.
That one did get the support down around that 125 area. It's back up trying to recapture VWAP right now. Just a real quick point on Zoom. This movement here, we gapped up with this open, ran all the way up to the 200-day SMA where we found resistance and we backed off of that. So right now we're between the 50 and the 200-day SMAs in Zoom communications.
Yo, Elab, take profit hit in what? 10
Oh, wow.
minutes?
And we still have to get to that 325 area we were looking at because this 290 295 area. This is where the top of the pre-market was. We've just taken that out. Let's look for 325 next. But make sure you folks are paying yourself on the way up in case this pulls back.
Bro, that's amazing. Jeremy, Sean, man, great job on Elab. Guys, let me know in the comments. Did you take this trade with us? That was fantastic. Wow, this was the one that I said I had a lot of confidence in.
Yeah, it was great. You nailed that entry position down in the area you were talking about. It's perfect. EEIQ now halted to the downside after pulling. LIMN. This did also have a big pull out of the gate. This is one of the other ones we were talking about this morning. I don't think had any news. That is finding some support, trying to turn back up towards VWAP. And IINN. It did touch VWAPs, but it's getting a rejection from it after bouncing off that 125 area. Looks like this is still coming down to play around in that sandbox for a little bit. All right. Meanwhile, Elab's still trying to push higher. We're looking for 325 as the next resistance area.
I appreciate that, Jeremy. Absolutely, man. Listen, we only have the best analysts, the best hosts. This is Benzinga, guys. We take things to another level. So make sure you hit that like, make sure you hit that subscribe, and join us every day. I'm only here today, guys, covering for Ryan. I come in whenever Ryan does need some coverage because he does deserve some time off as well. But if you do want to trade with me daily, I trade with the community at bullishbears.com. Trade there Monday through Friday. As I mentioned earlier, I'm mainly a futures trader. However, the technical analysis, the volume analysis that I use, as we see, can be applied to any chart in any type of company, right? Because volume moves the markets. Great stuff today, guys. That's awesome. We're already near 200 likes, and it's only 9:30. You guys are goats.
All right. We're getting information here from Investors Arena that is saying SBET is about to fly. I haven't looked at SBET in a little while. What's going on here with this one today?
Which one? SBET? SBET?
SBET. That's it. Yep. Oh, trading higher after the company authorized a 1.5 billion buyback of common stock. Elab, by the way, going higher, looking for that 325 resistance area we mentioned. Just wanted to point that out because I'm looking at it under the screen. But as far as SBET goes, let me just look at a smaller time frame here. You're saying that it's going to blast off soon?
You think which one?
Well, I'm just reading what
SBET.
What the gentleman was saying about SBET, that it's about to go. I mean, I think it might have a date with 18 as support before we do that. It looks like it's trending lower right now. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that at this moment it's looking like it's coming down more than it's going up. Might need a little bit more time, but we'll see, because I do see that we have a trend line here that we could easily take out if we do get that kind of movement. That would let's see, from here that would take us up to about $20 to hit that trend line.
Wow. You see ONDS today?
No, is it doing some more? This thing has been a topic every day for us here. All right,
see that.
So this one, okay. So we are continuing our climb up. Looks like we have some trend lines we could draw with this one. So do that.
Beautiful. ONDS held well on that support. We marked that out the last time I hosted, guys. Last week, Uber. Somebody said Uber boom. Is Uber hitting new highs? We mentioned earlier that's a good company. It's been doing well this year, sort of like Palantir, where it's just been ripping. Yeah, look at that. Wow, Uber's going crazy right now, guys. Check that out. We have any news this morning on Uber, or is it just finding some volume?
ONDS might be trading into a rising wedge over the past few days. Just, a little bit of extra caution there. It's been having a great time. It seems like if we do approach like 4 to 420, it might run into a little bit of resistance as it has previously. We're not there yet, so it's still a bit more room to run, but just something I'm pointing out there because that's just what I see over on a 5-minute chart.
Yeah.
ELAB, here we go. Looking for that 325 print.
No way, it's still going.
It's still pushing.
No way. That is wild, guys. Wow. That is a beautiful trade right there. There you guys go. Talk about a banger Friday. That is wonderful.
I don't know if it's going to get or not. It certainly looked like it's trying to push up there. I see that there's a seller in the way at 320. We take him out. We're getting 325 in my opinion. Oh, here we go. Just hit 324.
Bro, that's insanity, man. You guys are going to turn me into a penny stock trader.
Hey, I mean, it's over $1, so that's all we care about. If it's under, I'm not really that interested.
Dollar stock trader.
ELAB 325. There it is, and it's probably going to back off now.
Hey, good job, guys. Become a member. Yes, sir. Zinger Nation, full effect, guys. Follow us everywhere. X, Instagram. The tag is at Benzinga. I post daily on Instagram too at Trading with Kev with collaborative efforts to Benzinga to make sure you guys get the best information you need about the market. Today we have Powell speaking from 10 to 10:30 and we'll see what he has to say later in the day once things settle down. I'll put together a video to explain to you guys what he said and how it's going to impact the market going forward. Yeah, ELAB, beautiful. Absolutely.
Real quick about target, since it's something we talked about this morning. Something I just noticed here about the price action and how we've now have resistance that turned into support. If you look at the pre-market for the past 25 minutes going into the open, we were getting rejection at 97.50. Since we've opened, we've taken that out, and now that level is support. We've been getting a support for the first 2 minutes out of the gate, and now we're moving up higher, recapturing VWAP in the process. So if you look, I think you can see that price action I'm referring to, right? What you're looking at 30. Okay, I'm looking at a 5-minute time frame, so you might not be able to see it, but 97.50 was the resistance area going into the open. Now it's support. So if we do get some trading down there again, look for it to be the support area.
97.50.
Yeah,
I'm seeing it. I'm looking at it here on the 5. I sort of see what you're looking at. I see 97. Oh, yeah, 97.50. In my opinion, I feel like it sort of ran through it a little much. I see 97.30 down here was yesterday's, like right before market closed. We failed to get above that. I think I like this area a little more. 97.18 to 97.33. Does that line up close to yours?
What was those figures again?
97.18 to 97.33 here on target.
97.30. Yeah, that was like the resistance area after we yesterday, after we had that big sell-off. That's the area that we couldn't recapture. Okay, so I see how that was resistance in the pre-market as well. I was only referring to the last 20-25 minutes of pre-market where the price was trying to push through that 97.50 area. Because it had recaptured that 97.30 and it was holding above it. So that was another resistance turned support area in going into the open. And then once we had the open, that 97.50 became the next area of support.
Yep. No, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's a pretty solid area too for a possible scalp for sure. Me personally, I do like the 97.20 to 97.30 a little more because it had previous New York session. That's where price and volume had a bit of a resistance point at. So I'd look for New York session to give us the same thing, except that we're support now.
That's totally support. 97.30, I think, is where I'd take it.
For sure, for sure. ELAB, people saying ELAB again in the comments. No way that thing's still going.
It's not still going, but it did hit that 325. It's just backing off it and getting some support from VWAP right now, and the 290 area that we also mentioned.
That is
So kind of
wonderful.
kind of bouncing around here. We'll see. It might need another candle or two before it decides on if this is going to break down or break out. Right now, it's just kind of going sideways.
Yep. Guys, check out S&P 500 SPY rallying this morning. It has been moving higher. It is up about 0.28%, 20 points almost on the ES at the moment. We're creating a low volume shelf behind us. This could be a possible long entry. Is he talking about IIN? And it did not hold up, not in those words. But yeah, IIN. Look, it is holding this 70%. So 130 was the possible entry, stop 124 with our optimal trade entry. But yeah, you got a great point, Izzy. It's really failing to find volume at this point, so I wouldn't really look to trade this one. I think ELAB was our A+ setup today, and we saw that right off the open.
Looks like we're getting a mention that SBET is starting to move here. It's coming up to some of the pre-market resistance around $19. Looks like $18.90, $19. If we can get some volume expansion and push through this, we could go on a bit of a run here.
Yeah, ELAB looks ready to say, okay, ready for leg 2? Awesome, guys. Good stuff, guys. Make sure you're dropping that like button if you learned something today. Make sure you drop that like button if you made some money on ELAB today. What a great Friday, everybody.
If there's more strength in ELAB that takes us up and through the 325, I think $4 would be the next area I would put as having heavy resistance.
Awesome. I'm looking for possible ES longs. Nice pullback there. Slow volume shelf here. I like to use Bookmap myself.
There we go with ELAB again. New highs, 338. It's
Nice.
Still hanging out above 325 for the moment.
Nice. Danielle asks, what's the reason that ELAB is moving today?
There was no news. I believe that it might have something to do with a filing that they recently reported that had to do with business update regarding the potential acquisition of Northstrive. I think that's what the news that what it could be moving on. I don't know if that was what's giving it the moves today, but that's the last piece of news that I have from earlier this week. So don't have an exact catalyst, but it could be something from earlier on that is causing it to move.
You know what moved it? We moved it today, guys.
And sure enough, SBET starting to get going here, looking for $19.
Awesome. SBET. Guys, I'll keep ES on another screen, and I'll keep an eye on. I'll let you guys know if I see any potential futures, which would also be a SPY trade setup. What time is Jerome going to yap? Jerome starts his
13.
yapping around 10 o'clock today. So 10 to about 10:20, 10:30. We'll see what he has to say, and then we shall continue. Me and 13 are going to stay here, though, on our live stream.
Yeah, he'll be talking in just a very short period of time. So I think we want to be careful. I mean, you tell me, Kevin, because you trade the S&P 500 futures, right?
Yep.
If this rally into the speech is coming, wouldn't you anticipate that there's going to be a big pull as soon as he starts talking?
It's funny. You would think so. But it really is crazy because markets love to take back whatever move they just created, right?
Mm-hmm.
But looking at it, yes, we just created this little move right here, about 20 points off the market open. But if we're looking back on our daily time frame, it looks a lot better if we were to short squeeze and pop higher today. That way, everybody who was going short since last Friday, if we're able to get back on ES to 64.89, which is really only about 50 points, 60 points away from where we are right now. That's very possible given the day we have with an economic news. We could squeeze everybody that went short, get stopped out, and it squeezes all of those short positions. They're forced out of their position. They have to go long. That's going to help increase the buying volume. We also took out previous day low and reversed higher too. We took out previous day high already as well. I'm really looking for follow through today.
I mean, Digital Dino, we've observed that 10:30 is about the time where volume tends to leave the market as people leave their desks to go to lunch or a late breakfast or whatever. But with Powell talking, it might not be the same. It could, be that people stay at their desks a little bit longer as Powell is going to provide some trading. That could be the case, but it's never usually on the dot. It's always around that 10:30 time that we see the volume start to drop from the market.
E-Lab.
Oh yeah, is that still going?
335.
Nice.
That's crazy. Yeah, that is he saying possible bull trap on ES. Listen, right now the way it's setting up, it could really be both. If we were to sell off when Powell speaks, it's trapping today's intraday bulls, which isn't that much. The day just started. But if we were to pump when Powell speaks, that's going to trap way more bears than it would trap bulls. All of these people that were shorting for the past whole week, guess what? If they get reversed on, they're going to be forced out of their position. When a seller is forced out of a short position, they're forced to buy it back, which adds to the buying volume, which could add to a short squeeze. So that's what I'm looking for, guys. I would like to see us continue higher. Right now, what I'm waiting for is I have Bookmap, which is my order flow tool, and I see my RTH, which is our regular trading hours, volume profile, and I see a low volume shelf from 64.1875 to about 64.15. So a 3-point area. This is where I'm looking to see if ES could pull back to hold for longs. Now, this isn't only a low volume shelf that I have with our volume profile, but it's also a broken supply zone. When I have a broken supply zone, when we close above it, I look for it to hold as support. So now I have two support levels lining up here, a volume shelf and a broken supply zone. So we have a pretty A+ setup coming up on ES, hopefully today. It would be A+ if he wasn't speaking in 9 minutes. I would definitely be taking this.
We were getting asked about on this earlier, and we certainly did get some of that resistance a little bit into the 4 handle here. I was also getting asked about the rising wedge that I had mentioned. If you're looking at like a 5-minute chart, for those that are looking to draw it, I went with the Wednesday low and drew it up through the low from yesterday and just kept it going. And we certainly got support from that this morning out of the open here. The top side trend line, I started with the same Wednesday, the highs only, and drew it through the highs of yesterday as well and kept that going. So we're going to have these two trend lines converge at some point. That's setting up a rising wedge, which is bearish. And as soon as we fall out of it, it usually tends to lead to more downside. So just something I'd be watching for with ONDS, because we already have had multiple rejections into the 4 handle up at 420. Just some things to keep in mind here as we continue to push up here in the stock.
Awesome. All right. Bunch of people talking about open right now. Open finding some open volume, but we'll see if this wants to have any follow through. We can take a quick stab at our daily. Make sure you guys hit that like button. I do appreciate it. Only hit it once or it'll unlike it. My favorite, Tess says her favorite volume chart of the week is still Lulu. We'll take a look at that. What's up, Zach? Good morning, Robert. What's going on, man? Good morning. Hello, and happy Friday, everybody. Hope you're all ready for a killer weekend. Great trading day on Friday here at the Benzinga PreMarket Playbook. And we already took that awesome trade on ELAB. I wonder where ELAB is currently trading at right now.
Wow. EEIQ finally pushing into some new highs. It took a little while to do that, a lot of back and forth, including a halt to the downside. But we are higher now here, 165, the new high.
Check that out. Nice. What was the other one? Was IINN or something? I wonder how that one held.
That was one of the ones we were asked about. I think the one that we took a look at for as far as movers go was LIMN, and that's not really doing a whole lot today. This one didn't look great from the beginning. It still doesn't look great to me now. I think with the loss of this 200 EMA, we're likely going to come back underneath 3.
Yeah. PDD, another one that somebody mentioned. I think Robert mentioned that. What's up, Robert? Zoom said also Zoom's looking good. Let's see. Yeah, I liked PDD for possible longs at near 125.50, but I would be patient on that. Good morning, guys. Hope you're all doing well today. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. It is Powell Day. He speaks in 6 minutes, guys. Be ready, be patient, be prepared.
I was asked about an entry for bull. I don't know about 14. I think lower might be better. Probably even lower than 1350. That seems like, because this was one that I was looking for to go back up to 18, recapture that, maybe even move it to $20. That hasn't happened yet. So unfortunately, I got stopped out of this position, but I am looking to re-enter, and it does look like 1350 could be an interesting spot. Though if I am going to try this again, I'm not going to go heavy at 1350. I'd be nibbling because I don't want this to go bearish on me, and this is starting to look like there could be some more downside ahead. So let's. So I would just think 1350 probably the better spot, but I'm going to be very careful with this one because it could go south on us.
Awesome. Hey, Tanya, I'm so glad. Happy to hear that. She said, you guys made my week. Thank you. I'm glad. Hopefully we're able to make some profits with us today on some of those call outs. Really good stuff. Great analysis today. As per usual, we bring nothing but the best for you guys. 13 with some great breakdowns, of the companies, their internals, what's going on, what we can expect, some great analysis levels. Myself too, with some great technical levels, possible entries, great trade setups. Really just killing it today, guys. Back to back. Love to see it.
Ray, regarding Lulu, is the trend line you're referring to, does that start from the gap that we got on June 6th? We're just using that high, drawing it through the high of July 2nd, and then through the high of August 18th. Is that the trend line you're referring to? Because, man, that is crispy. I like it. And also, additionally, you have the price moving over the 20-day SMA again. This is the second time this week that it's done that. After the first one happened on Monday, there was a rejection, interestingly, off that trend line that took it beneath the 20-day SMA again. Now we've recaptured it. I'll tell you something. If we do get a breakout from this trend line, I'm thinking that we might see a test of that 50-day SMA up around 219. That's what it's starting to look like. So we might be getting a little bit of a bottoming action here in Lulu. It's a great mention here, Ray.
Yo, 13 guys, audience, everybody. Do you hear that? Hold up, wait a minute. My flip phone's ringing again. We got an update from our producer. Okay, all right. You guys just got blessed with an extra 30 minutes of me and 13 today. We're going to be running until 11:30. Unfortunately, Anne-Marie will not be around for her show today. So remember last week she had construction going on. She still has some stuff going on, so she will not be around for the options show today. So you guys get an extra 30 minutes of me and 13. How great is that? If 13 wants to stick around. If he doesn't, we could dedicate that half hour to futures.
I will stick around and continue hanging out with you guys and trading and doing all that fun stuff.
Wonderful. Awesome. Love to hear it. Guys, show some love. Hit that like button. Love to see it. We're already at 213 likes. I wanted to shoot for 300 today. That is fantastic. We are streaming the JP speech. It's in about 3 minutes. We're not streaming it here on this stream. We're streaming it on a separate stream. So what I would recommend, guys, and what I'm going to do myself, is to have a separate YouTube window open to keep our live stream up so we could watch the charts and the analysis, and the Powell speech as well, so you could see what he says and how the charts are reacting to it. Really great stuff. Guys, we have everything you need here. This is Benzinga. Who are you guys kidding?
And Danielle, ELAB, it does look like it's trying to push up and get back over that 325, but it's not looking that great to me right now. Putting in a series of some upper shadows, testing VWAP right now, giving it a little bit of pressure. It looks like this might come back in some more. So I think I'd be a little bit careful with ELAB. You might be right, but I think I'd exercise caution on ELAB for the time being. It's the volume's kind of getting lower, but we'll see if it can hold VWAP. Then maybe there's a push over 325 coming.
Ooh. Guys, check it out. Something I want to point out when it comes to using a tool like Bookmap for volume analysis. And also, real quick, somebody did have a question in my room. Do you guys only trade futures? Yeah, for the most part, we mainly trade futures. I'm a futures trader. However, I still have all the same tools that you guys see here on this live stream. So Benzinga Pro, things like that, we do use those as well. We came back to that support on ES down here. I would really want a long position here if we didn't have Powell speaking right now. Because we have him speaking, look at this, guys. So on Bookmap, usually when we have decent volume, it's light blue and it's darker orange and red. When they pull all of their orders from the book, it almost turns black because there's no active orders. Big market movers, big market makers, they're canceling out any active positions they have sitting there because they do not want to get destroyed by Powell.
I think we pretty much saw this coming, didn't we? This did run up into the speech and then the poll. I mean, we talked about this.
We'll see. 43 seconds left. Yeah, everybody close your orders out. What happened suddenly to Palin's here? We can take a look. Is ELAB? Yeah, that's funny. I wonder if ELAB's waiting for Powell as well. Yeah, yep, Dino, you got it. Benzinga, we do have a mobile app on Marketplace on like the App Store and stuff. That's where I check every day. I mentioned earlier, I make the 30-second videos. I get my news source straight from Benzinga articles. It's the best resource for articles. They're quick 2-3 minute reads. I give you guys, if it's a 5-minute read, 3-minute read, whatever, summed up into 30 seconds, and it's beautiful. You can count on Powell to do the wrong thing.
He's been very consistent with that.
Absolutely.
And SQQQ, we are getting a big drop all of a sudden.
Yo, ES, guys. Oh my God, please load.
Palantir ripping.
There you go. That is crazy. That is wild, guys. That is absolute. Again, this is not a trade that I took. I don't like trading when Powell's speaking. He just spoke, but look at that reaction, man. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people are thinking bear. Elab going crazy? No way, bro. If Elab's over $4 at some point today, I'll like do a dance for you guys. I promise. I know Ryan said he would rap for you guys yesterday, but he never did. I'll actually dance for you guys. You could, I'm the producer, I promise.
All right, so maybe when he's done talking, we get that pull.
When he's done talking, we could try to trade. Right now, oh my goodness.
Yeah, the volatility is wild. Look at Target. That's touching 100 almost.
Oh my God, dude. Yes, another pop higher. This is insane. NASDAQ's going to be going crazy too. And guys, don't forget our equities are probably going nuts. Yup, VIX, VVIX, VIX, whichever VIX you look at, most likely dropping like it's hot right now.
I hate that the market waited all week for this. I really do. I really don't like the market waited all week for this. For this one guy.
The market waited this whole week for this one
guy.
We'll watch our mouths because we're on Benzinga, but this guy.
Yeah, exactly. This one dude.
So at this point, yeah, QQQ soaring. Tad, you got it, man. Guys, throw that like button up. Let's run it to 250. Let's run it to 300. I want to see us break some Benzinga records today. We're watching right now. We have on our chart the ES. We could pull up the NQ here, which is our QQQ for Bookmap 2. And right now I see on NQ, there's 211 lots sitting at 23,436 on the NASDAQ. 23,446. Getting such crazy moves in the market. My phone's ringing. That's how nuts things are going right now. ONDS 410, no way. If ONDS.
Kevin, did you see that?
Yeah. Guys, awesome stuff today, guys. I love to see it, man. I love coming on this show, hosting with you guys. It is fantastic. We get some great analysis. We get some great moves. Amazing, guys. Fantastic.
Yeah, pullback could get ugly, though. SBET, there it is.
Bitcoin pumping, guys, everything. Interest rate is that important. You know it.
Yeah, SBET going with everything else right now, but that we were getting ready for that one. Now we're at 1950. Looks like a resistance could be coming up here. There's a 1966 high from earlier this week, from Wednesday.
Barrick mining also reaches a 52-week high. Guys, everything's pumping right now. I don't know if you guys thought we were in a bear market, but I mean, guys, remember we mentioned earlier multiple times this morning, I did not change my bias once today off of our ES and NQ chart that we took out that daily low. We're more likely to come into this news. People are anticipating bearish. What do we get when a majority anticipates one direction? The opposite. That's exactly what we're getting today. Beautiful. Fantastic.
Yeah. Everything just taken off. I mean, I guess the play was just to buy what you like and let it run.
Did he, guys, keep us posted in the chat if you are watching. Let me know if he does say he's going to lower rates. I'm very curious on that because I can't listen to it right now because we're live with you guys and I don't want the overlay of all the volume. But
is he actually dovish? Is he sounding dovish? That's what, because if Dip Buyer, if that's what he's saying, that sounds dovish to me.
No way. No way. Powell dovish? Never. Him? No. Why would he want us to do well?
Hey, he's out of here in May. He's going to, at this stage, with all the pressure he's been getting, I'd say just burn it all on the way down. Cut those rates, buddy.
Cut those rates. Guys, I can't believe how well this worked as a key level down here. Well, I can believe it because it was a low volume shelf and it was a setup we were looking for, but really great stuff. Sassy saying, Benzinga guys always make my day with all the humor. That's what we're here for. We're here to have fun, learn, and earn.
Izzy, it was just what Dipbuyer was saying. Powell states shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting policy, suggests downside risk to employment rising. So even just the hint, the mention of adjustments,
Right.
is a little bit more in the dovish camp.
Yep.
We were getting asked if we could show it here. Do we want to pull it on here, or do we want to keep trying to find?
Do we want to like live stream our stream onto here too?
I'm just asking. This is what the request is, or the question was. And,
yeah.
Put it in a different corner, or I don't know. I'm just kind of looking at what the market's doing. I'm not
guys.
There we go.
I'll tell you guys what, we're at 229 likes right now. If we run it up to 250 in the next minute, we'll stream it here too. But this is Jerome right here. This is what they were looking at. We just posted the link to, producer just posted it in there. If you want to watch Powell stream in here, it's live right there. Yo, producer, I definitely agree. Me and 13 are probably a billion times more entertaining than sticking them up.
That's okay. We can just criticize what he says. That'll be fun. Is he finally getting with the game? Good. All right. So we have.
He's just, you know what it is. And guys, you guys could check out the stream, of course. I'd recommend probably, if you are going to watch the stream, to have us up as well so you could view how markets are reacting to this. He's probably just going to be repeating a lot of what we already know. And that's how economic news came out, how jobless claims were revised down by 250,000 jobs. That's pretty massive. He's going to be talking about these things and mentioning how that should be able to hold us higher in a sense of where our interest rate should be at. Right now, ES is rejecting a resistance zone. I would like to see us pull back towards 64.40 for some long positions on the ES.
That's
talking about labor markets now. I bet. Let's see.
That resistance zone that you're referring to, I'm looking at the SPY, and I see that at about 642 to 644. Is that the kind of the demand? I'm sorry, the supply zone you're referring to?
Yep, exactly. Yep, you got it. This was a major area of resistance back on Monday the 18th. And then same on Tuesday, the 19th, we traded into it right at the market open and then sold off that day. And that's where we were able to find our highs, sold off about 100 points on the ES. And now we were able to, like I've been saying all day, guys, make that entire bearish move right back. And we're not even done yet. Really great stuff. Guys, this is awesome. What a great day. What a great day to tune into Benzinga. What a great day to be a trader. Fantastic. Guys, don't buy these highs. Don't go buying the highs. We are not chasers. We are traders.
Mm-hmm. We like it when it's cheap.
I wonder what E-Lab's doing, man. If it's above $4, I'm nervous. I'm going to have to get up and boogie for you. Okay, we're getting there.
It's still it's doing its steady climb. It's getting some support from that 325 area. I think that level is now going to be the support area we're going to want to pay attention to, because that was the resistance level earlier.
Yep.
So if we can continue getting support there and keep on making these higher lows, I think we'll hit that $4 as long as that continues to hold up.
Oh man, you guys better hope we hit $4 before 11:30, or you guys are going to miss out on my dance. I have my Kevin O'Leary outfit on, guys. I'm dressed proper on top, and then I have my fun shorts on the bottom. So we better hit $4.
Just to be aware for all the SBET traders, I do see that we're coming up to a little bit of an area of resistance. I'm not saying that we're going to get a reversal. It's possible, or we could just push right through it and go up through 20. But this area that we're at right now, this is where I would anticipate some profit taking, maybe some sellers really stepping in and leaving their trading positions for the moment. This is about the area where that should happen. So we'll see what happens with this 5-minute candle. Still got 45 seconds left in it.
Ooh. Ondus, ONDS killing it. Pretty nice.
Everything's killing it.
Ice Baby. I love the name. He's got a nice average on E-Lab. Awesome.
Perfect, actually, with ONDS. This is right to the top of that resistance area we were talking about, right in the 420 area. So This is about where that rejection could occur. If you look on a smaller time frame, you see back on Tuesday and Friday last week and Tuesday a week before, all those prices had the same topping out area, right in that 420 to 430 area. So this is about where we could see that rejection in ONDS today.
Very good, very good. ES, another new high of the day. Fantastic. Yo, good morning, Jay. What's going on? Let's see. I thought I saw another question. What's up, Edward? Edward's asking when Ryan's coming back. Next year, get out of here. Ryan will be back on Monday, guys. I'm just the substitute teacher. I mean streamer. Let's see. Powell, reasonable base case is that inflation effects of tariffs will be short-lived. Possible that tariff-driven upward pressure on price could spur a lasting inflation dynamic, but it is unlikely. All right, so I thought he would say tariffs are going to create a permanent sort of shift in the tariffs. He's saying that it should be unlikely that it's permanent. That's interesting, guys. I would like to, again, markets are already reacting to it. So we'd like to see how we want to continue if we want to continue. Really great stuff today, though, guys.
IWM is having a wonderful morning.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, I mean that is. I think 235 is on the table. That's one of my my next levels here for this one for the IWM.
That's crazy. Yeah. Look at that IWM. Ooh, it's in a pretty strong resistance point. You got 235. That could be a good target. That's that next little pivot high right here.
Yep.
So on this bear move on IWM, we had our leg 1, we had our pullback, and then we had our leg 2. So where we had our pullback is where we have our recent support, where we have a pivot, and that's where that 235 is that that 13 just mentioned. So be careful on IWM at this point. Very extended in price. What's up, Edward? How would you put on a swing trade for Apple? We could take a look at Apple. It was, I believe it was at the bottom of its range. Yeah, right. Yes, this was Apple, bottom of its range. In our pre-market analysis on Apple this morning, you guys could rewind back. That'd be like 2 hours ago by now. I was talking about how Apple broke to the downside here, but on its break to the downside, look at our volume. Our volume on our subgraph, this is our daily volume, was failing. Now, when we're breaking out, whether we're breaking out to the upside or the downside, our volume should be reflecting that in the sense that it should be increasing. So when we get a breakdown and volume does not increase, it's most likely a fake out. And what do we get? A reversal afterwards. So that's what I was looking for on Apple.
I really like how the SPET, the area I was just mentioning, that that $20 area, still putting in some resistance. May end up getting a breakout or push through, but it might need some more volume, more than it's been getting over the past 10 minutes. Still looks like this could be an area that sees some pullback. But if we hit this later in the day, it could end up pushing through.
All right, Fed. Thank you, Dip Buyer 401k. Appreciate you guys plugging in that information. Powell says Fed abandoning the 2020 flexible average inflation targeting framework. So again, they're changing things. There's a shift going on in the economy. We're watching it play out in the market. Open of $4, awesome. Let's see where open's at. 401. Wow, look at that, guys. It's fantastic.
ELAB really coming in now.
Oh no, is it?
It's only a matter of time.
Whoa. Damn, man. Yeah, you're right. Only a matter of time. Oh, unless it pulls back. It doesn't want me to dance.
Well, I mean, we still have that 290 area that was resistance earlier that we broke through. So I'd be looking at that as the next support area. Not saying that it's going to hold up there, but at the very least, there could be a bounce coming. But that's the next area of support I see.
Bro, I love it. As you're saying 290, I'm literally marking out that 290, 294 area on the volume profile. And from that recent pivot high from pre-market, it was resistance. We broke it around 935, 940. We came back, we retested it. We already held it as long. So this is where we're coming into right now. Could be a good support zone. Oh, nice. Ice Baby saying he shorted it. There we go. VIX is crashing. That's going to help impact the ES to the upside still. ES and NQ, guys, I think they might just be in a rally right now. Like, we might just continue. We might not even get that pullback entry.
SPET just squeezing now. I think I'd be really careful with SPET here with this kind of price action. It's looking more and more illiquid. I just don't want anybody getting hurt in this thing. So if you're trading this, just in intraday trading, There's probably some good profit taking to be had up here. But don't let me disrupt your trading plan if you already got one for SBET. It just looks like it's running into a little bit of some pressure with selling.
Awesome, guys. Things are playing out nice right now, guys.
Oh,
Great
yeah.
volume into the market, great momentum. Powell's still speaking. It's only 10:14. We could wait for him to stop and then maybe see if markets want to pull back a bit. At this point, we're very extended. We're keeping very low volume to the downside. We see this whole area right here on the ES is a volume imbalance. So if we could start to range up here and retest this zone, I would look for longs. Now, originally, like that other zone, I'd want to see this broken supply hold as demand. That's what I would like to look for. However, seeing how strong we're pushing, we might not pull back that far. And if that's the case, I want to be prepared. Ethereum.
Yes.
What's that?
BMNR, another crypto treasury name that has had some big moves. That's also having a big move today. Unfortunately, this one looking even thinner than SBET. So again, with the caution, and don't let me disrupt your trade plan, but make sure you folks are paying yourself on the way up with these.
Hold up, wait a minute. Trade. Somebody said Bitcoin is also up. Let's see. I can't find, not Bitcoin, Ethereum, but yeah, BMNR, another break higher there. That's awesome. I wanted to see ES made a new high a day. Powell was straight up pumping it, guys.
Pumping Powell.
Pumping Powell.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to end up hitting 235 in the IWM. I mean, it looks like that's coming.
Yo, check out Ethereum, man. Ethereum is ripping right now. I actually posted a video on Ethereum and how people are watching it a little bit ago. I think I posted it. Where was it? Oh, man. Oh, did I not post it on Instagram? Damn. It was a post on Ethereum and how there are people, not people, but there are treasuries, there are companies that are doing the same thing that Michael Singer did. Remember last week's coverage? This is where I learned it. This is last week's Benzinga coverage. Somebody mentioned that there's another company that's doing the same type of Bitcoin strategy, but with Ethereum. So because crypto's been such a strong space, and at that point, when I was making the video, it was pulled back from its all-time highs. I mentioned a lot of people are watching it. Could probably have a price target of 7,000 to 8,000 this year. That would be a fantastic return on investment. And guys, don't forget, Trump does speak today as well at noon. So enjoy this rally while it lasts.
I mean, he might just be, beaming over the potential rate cuts that it seems like we're going to be getting. It's really sounding like he's signaling that rate cuts are going to be happening next month.
Yep, guys, look at this. Is insane. I said we're going to take out all these bearish days all the way up to 64.89. It's exactly what we're getting. That is phenomenal. That is insane. Although Michael will be singing this morning. Yeah, seriously. What did I say? Did I call him singer? I meant sailor. That's my bad.
let's keep in mind that we are still in that August seasonality where there is a lot of chop. So with as great of a day that we're having right now, we still have a lot of day left, and we have next week as well, which are going to also include NVIDIA earnings. Lots of chop is still anticipated, and downside is also expected for September. So just keep that in mind here. Maybe we will see all-time highs in the SPY. But I also expect there's going to be a lot of chopping around going forward, as we've seen from the seasonality.
Yeah. Let's check ELAB. That one was pulling back before. No way. It's just going to respect our support level perfectly, right, 13? Yeah. Because we're market movers here at Benzinga.
Such well-behaved stocks. Gotta love it.
Such well-behaving stocks.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta give it like a dog treat afterwards.
Market down 6 days in a row. You think this lasts? I mean,
nope.
Well,
maybe.
I don't know. I mean, lasts until when? You think? Because I still think that we're going to experience some market chop. And I have no problem, admitting if I'm wrong about that. But we need to see it first. And just based on the seasonality, we still could get that.
Carlson saying he's closing the day 10:55. Congratulations, Gay. Great job, man. Great
Nice.
job. Good work. That's what's up, guys. I hope a lot of you were able to profit off ELAB this morning. That was a beautiful setup.
And now SBET and BMNR are starting to come back in.
SBET, let's see. SBET. Ooh, ES is pulling back. Let's see.
What did Powell say? What did he say?
What did he say?
Yeah, market's pulling back. What did he say?
Guys, let me tell you what he said. He said, I need my hosts over at Benzinga to be able to take their long entry, so please have the market pull back now. So we're going to wait. Very nice of Powell to say that. We thank Powell for doing what he does.
Yep.
I'd like to see 64.50 on the ES. 64.50.
We did just get that a second ago, didn't we? Or was it did not go high?
64.70.
Okay.
Yep, profit taking. You got it, Izzy. You got it. Profit taking. People are taking profits at this point. This is not a reversal candle. This is a pullback. Very important to know the difference between a reversal and a pullback. When we see we're pulling back and volume is not picking up super strong, then it's most likely a pullback. If we see it's starting to reverse and volume is picking up and we hit a resistance level, then it's most likely a reversal. Big seller coming in, but we do have big support here on the ES on Bookmap. ELAB, I want to see where that one's currently trading at. Trying to hold that support zone around 295. That's our VWAP as well, lined up with that low volume shelf. Fantastic. Really great stuff today, guys. Make sure you hit that like button, whether you learned something today, you earned some money with us today, you're ending the week green. Absolutely fantastic week in the markets. It was a rough first few days because markets were very choppy. We were anticipating this big speech today. Now that we have it, where are we going? I'm taking profit out second, third of Tesla, 150%, Lulu, 60%. Tess, light it up. Great job, Tess.
The SPY, and probably also with the ES coming into that support area we were talking about earlier. It's not quite there yet, but it's approaching it.
On ES?
ES, SPY, yeah, the pullback to that support area we're looking for. It seems to be materializing.
Yeah, I do like this on the 64.68, especially because Bookmap was printing out some levels here. I'd just be a little patient on it. I really want to see us dip into those lower volume areas first. And I don't want to try to get a long position here just for it to dump on me again, right? I don't want to try to force a trade. If it's not at my zone, it's not at my price levels, it's not giving me my A+ setup. Hey, Good morning, Beach Bum. What's up?
I don't have any trades on right now. I'm just going to, watch the party happen.
Izzy, 10 grand on open today? Get out of town.
Dang. Well, sounds like you're going to have a good weekend.
Yeah, right? Sounds like Uncle Sam's going to enjoy that. And I'm just kidding.
Open door getting mentioned. That's over 4 now. It looks like we're approaching the high from Tuesday. That's going to be at about 425. Look for some resistance up there. I'm not saying it's going to reverse there, but I would expect some selling to occur up in that area.
Yep. Check out volume is starting to pick up to the downside on ES. Not really here on the 5-minute. Powell's almost at the end of his speech, but hopefully we get some people. All right, cool. So we'll see how Powell's speech ends. And again, his speech is ending. We're pulling back. Maybe, look, we have leg 1 here. We pull back and then get leg 2. My A+ setup is usually off of a broken supply zone, so ideally I would like 64.42. But I did see a pretty aggressive, I should say, buyer at 64.50 right over here. 64.50 was a resistance point. We broke it. Now it could be support. It does have a low volume shelf there. That's what I'm looking for, guys, on ES, which would also be SPY.
Target's still going on a run, hitting 101 now. I think if we are going to see some big resistance kick in with this one, it's going to be that 50-day SMA. That's going to be at 101.94 right here.
Awesome. Guys, the chat is killing it today, guys. Great job. ELAB below. Did ELAB break lower? Damn, guys, I guess I'm not going to be doing the cha-cha.
EEIQ also halted to the downside.
Awesome. EEIQ, another halt. All right, guys, be patient. Powell just finished up his speech. Powell's done talking. He's going to go make some coffee now. Let's see what's going on. ELAB, again, it pulled back a little bit of a low volume area over here. I would not look for re-entries at this point on ELAB. We had our great entry off the open. That was a phenomenal trade. I mean, guys, even if you held it longer, that is insane.
No news from Powell. I haven't heard any actually.
No, he didn't. He didn't say anything.
Yeah, he's been very quiet this morning. I mean, look, if it sounds like rate cuts are coming, so everybody, a lot of folks have mentioned some really good ideas and where we probably want to be positioning ourselves. It sounds like REITs are going to start to make a comeback. Likely, this is one of the things we've discussed for on the mortgage and housing side of things. So Rocket having a good day. I mean, the things that we've talked about for with regard to lower interest rates and rate cuts, it seems like that's going to end up happening as Powell signals a September rate cut.
Yeah, I think we hold this. I think we hold this area and continue higher to new highs. I think 64.60 was the spot. I was looking for 64.50, guys, as support. We had a pretty passive buyer sitting down there, and before that, we had a passive seller there, right? So it was resistance. We broke it with the Powell speech. Now I'm looking for 64.50 as support. But right now we're already holding 64.60, so I'm not in any trades right now. Guys, what's going on? If you saw anything Powell said, if you made any money with us here today, if you learned anything about volume profile, let's run that like button up to 300. I appreciate it. 13 appreciates it. Everybody here at Benzinga appreciates it. It's free support for all we do, and we love to bring the best to you. There you go. You guys got a little rhyme in there. Anyone watching Titans of Wall Street on Netflix? Yo, Market Sniper, let me know how that is. I saw it, and I didn't watch it, but I saw it on Netflix, and I was curious about it.
No, I understand that he didn't say anything about that he is going to be cutting rates, but his tone and the things that he was saying indicates that it doesn't seem like they're going to be keeping rates where they are. So it still sounds to me like we have a rate cut coming.
Yo, I love Wise. Wise, you couldn't have said it any better. He never really says anything, right? He sort of talks in circles of what we already know.
Words.
He just words it out.
Yeah.
Awesome, guys. Yeah, Tanya asking, does 13 have a service? 13 service is being here every day on Benzinga's pre-market playbook, right? 13, aren't you here Monday through Friday with Ryan?
Monday through Friday with Ryan. This is where I'm at. And after that, I'm in the happy hour chat on Benzinga Pro.
Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Very nice.
So if you have questions, you want me to look at something or anything else, start talking with us in there. There's a bunch of great folks and a lot of folks smarter than me that can provide some great analysis and opinions on different parts of the market that they're suited to. I mean, we've got analysts from that have been working on the market and the consumer side, consumer discretionary and different international markets for a very long time. Another trader that's been doing this for decades. Lots of great people to talk to. I absolutely encourage coming and saying hi if you have time.
Yep, absolutely. Guys, ES, sharp turn right there on that pullback. Nope, not Euro USD.
SPEC coming back in now too, although it does look like there may be some support around 1945. We'll see if that holds up. We also have VWAP just beneath that to assist it. So coming close to that support area, we'll see if that holds up or not.
Awesome. Big Bear Hug saying he bought SPX puts. Still all in the money. I would be careful on the puts. So right now, currently, I am anticipating a little bit of a move lower, but that's because I'm looking for an entry long. So if that's the case, I usually don't want to fade my own bias. So I'd like to stay more patient on that. Markets did give us a big rally today. We're way above previous day high. We had a strong move. We had economic news backing it, which was Powell's speech. So I would be very careful on any puts. The direction today has been to the upside. Trump did hire Powell, didn't he? Yeah, I believe. I don't think he hired him, but I think he assigned him, right? Because he doesn't hire nor fire them.
Yeah, I think that was his choice for chair, and then I think he has to go through an approval process.
Yep. Explain the beautiful. Hey, what's up, Tess? 13 did cover the MAs on Lulu. I do think the group would benefit from Kevin's taking a look at explaining the volume, that beautiful beat on volume. Yeah, for sure. So Lulu, so you want to see Lulu with the volume profile? Gotcha. Yeah, he appointed him, exactly.
And Ray, you got your move over that trend line as well in Lulu. Now
Yep.
we need to start taking out some of these levels. I think 207 is one of the ones we want to see get taken out next.
Yep, exactly. Ice Baby asking, do you trade options, Kevin? I do not trade options. I used to trade options. I mainly liked trading large cap stock options. So like Apple, Microsoft, Amazon. And what I would do is I would use what I call as a relative strength, right? So how to find relative strength would be to have a watch list, sort of like this one. And then you would sort it by change percentage. You wouldn't want to sort it by dollar change because the dollar change varies depending on the stock and its ATR. So what might be a dollar move on Tesla is a small move or a big move. A dollar move on Netflix is very small. So we want to look at percent change to know which one has relative strength. I did want to mention, though, somebody asked Lulu for volume profile. Now, right off the bat, I see this strong move to the downside. We can place it up here and see that no volume in this gap lower. Right where we're trading right now, we see a few areas of low volume, and that's between 216 to 208. And that is also between 259 to about 250. So these areas, and we see, look how well it acted as resistance. And then this one, not so much. It didn't really act as support yet. So I would look to see this 210 area on Lulu as a possible resistance point. Hey, could you tell what difference did the speech make in the crypto market? We could take a look at crypto like Bitcoin and stuff. I do believe they are rallying higher at the moment, or they were. Yeah, on the hourly.
Yeah, it's risk on now with the interest rate cuts coming.
Yep.
Or being signaled anyway. We did get that support at 1945 in SBET though, and that's trying to turn around here. So looking to see if we can recapture 20 now in this process.
Yep. Let's see. Somebody said ELAB also is sort of coming back into the swing of things. Look at that ELAB. Yeah, right off of that 280. It hit 285 below our 290 area of support we were looking for. And it is trying to give us another leg higher. Remember, we're looking for $4 today. If we hit $4 and 300 legs, I'll do a little cha-cha. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see, guys. We want to keep the stream going. We want to keep things happy. And don't forget, you guys get an extra 30 minutes of me and 13 today. So please, if you want to look over any specific tickers, let us know. If you have any questions on strategies or how to use something, let us know. We are here to help you.
ELAB trying to hit that 325 area that was previously resistance and support. Now it's resistance again. Need to see some bigger volume expansion to meaningfully push through it and stay above it. It's hitting it though.
Yeah, no, I see that.
It just went through and then it came right back in. That's what I didn't want to see. We want to see more volume to help it stay above 325.
Yep. Reddit going nice. RDDT. What's up, Robert? Good morning, man. I see you've been in here for a little bit. You take any trades today? Guys, I'm curious to know what you guys have traded today. Did anybody take ELAB off of that 290 level we had? Did you guys take any trades off of our pre-market plans? Have you taken any trades, or have you been patient for Powell to speak? Let's see. If you give your thoughts on Neo, I will smash that like button. Well, learn with Moses. You clearly know my sweet spot, so we'll go check out Neo.
Yeah, Neo had that bull flag set up. I thought we had mentioned that it did earlier this week, or maybe it was last week. Bull flag setup. Now it's breaking out. Still not a big fan of the China EVs. These companies, you know, they show that they have great growth numbers, but when you understand that they are, you know, just delivering to dealerships where their cars sit around and do nothing, and that they're not paying their suppliers, I think that's a bad situation. So I'm not interested in any of these China EVs.
Yeah, no, I can't agree with 13 anymore. I'm also not a fan when it comes to China stocks. The only thing I'd probably be a bit more comfortable with would be something like BABA, like something like that. When it comes to the EVs, though, the China EVs, until we start like actually seeing them on the roads, I'm not going to be that keen on, oh yeah, it's a great investment. Like Neo going from $5 to $6.30, it's 26% return in a few days. That's great. But what real value does it have? Is there any news coming out on it? It has earnings coming up. I see the past earnings have all been misses. A double miss, a double miss, a double miss. I'm just going to assume we're going to see a double miss coming up here. And is that going to give us a bearish move off of that earnings? Are we pumping before a bearish earnings report on NEO? Let's see. Yeah, I would be careful on NEO, guys. Probably would leave this one alone. Wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, it's the China EV market is just so heavy. There's so many different EV companies out there. Many of them you don't even know about because they aren't publicly traded. But there's over 160 EV companies in China, and most of them are not going to make it to 2030.
Yeah. Sideshow, what's up, man? Made 700 on SBET, 500 on Ondis, and lost 100 on ELAB stop loss. Guys, this is a fantastic Sideshow. If you don't mind, this is a fantastic example of being able to limit your losses, right? $100 loss, but let your winners run. Being able to say, okay, my losers are about $100, $150. My winners are about 500 to 700. That means you could have a win rate of less than 50%, less than 40%, and still be a profitable trader, still be profitable, still have profits on the table. That is the best part. Great job on that. That was Sideshow. Great job, man. Congrats, dude. Good stuff.
NEO's all over Twitter, so it's getting pumped.
NEO's all over Twitter. That means short it, right? So let's see. Amazon running. Open continuing. Opening looks like $5 is possible. We just hit 4, I believe, didn't we? Yeah, wow, look at that. Open hit 4 around 10:10, and now it's hitting 440. That is fantastic. Always love defining risk up front with options. Yup, there you go. Yup, options, spreads. Being able to define a specific risk is the best part, one of the best parts of trading, right? As a new trader, your goal shouldn't be to make money. Your goal should be to how can I limit how much I lose if it's a loser, right? Because that way you're not blowing an account in one trade or 2 trades. I always tell people on my show Futures Fever here on Benzinga, with Futures Fever, what it is, it's a prop firm. So Apex Trader Funding is the prop firm. Benzinga here, we're partnered with them. They're fantastic. The number 1 prop firm, in my opinion. And basically, it's real cheap to get started. Right now, they have an 80% off discount. Use discount code Benzinga or FFever for Futures Fever. And it starts you with a futures account. So here you do a trade ovate plan. You get started on maybe a 50K account, a 25K account, and then you have profit goal and a trailing threshold. Once you hit those, you're able to get funded and you're able to take payouts, but you're risking very little of your own capital. You're only spending about $30 on the monthly fee if it's on sale and $140 on the funded fee if you pass it. So definitely a good way to get started in trading for you guys. Made money on EEIQ. Nice. IINN will run next week. Cool, man. Let's take a look at IINN. ES also continuing higher. There goes open above 440.
What's the reason for IINN running next week? Is there some news that's coming up?
What background information do you know here now? What inside information? I'm just kidding. Knock, knock. Yeah, no, Brian, that's a great question. Is Apex like Top Step giving you slippage and contract fees in the simulator? So contract fees, yes, because we have to be realistic with ourselves in that if we were trading our own capital, we're going to have some type of contract fees, and it's only about 35 cents per entry and exit. Slippage isn't too horrible. That slippage usually depends on the broker. Now, Top Step only offers Top Step X, so that slippage could be a lot wider than expected, whereas Apex has actual TradeOvate accounts. So the slippage will all be through the TradeOvate broker. So that's why I like Apex way over Top Step. There's so many other reasons why too.
We were asked, is LIMN, are we done with LIMN? LIMN never really looked that great to begin with, and it still doesn't look great. It looks, in the pre-market, we were kind of LIMN. Liminatus.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this one, I mean, this just looks bearish to me. The whole pre-market into the regular session kind of has some head and shoulders vibes here going. I think that this is probably going to end up going lower, and I would be looking at the $3 area as we're maybe 3 to 310, where there's going to be some support if there is going to be some more turning up in this. But if we lose that $3 level, I think there's better things that we could be trading than this one.
Yeah, I'm a complete agreement. The fact that we lost the 320 level already, and then when we tried to rally off of it, we failed. We failed to find volume or anything. This is a complete do not trade, in my opinion. LIMN. We want to leave that one alone.
Looks like EEIQ is also flirting with some more downside. ELAB also pulled, but got some support down around the 820 and the 890. I'm sorry, the 280 and the 290 area, trying to come back up above 3, but it's looking a little bit weaker now.
Yep. Let's see. Somebody's asking about ANTE. Let's see. ANTE. AirNet Technology. A little bit of movement here. We didn't really get... My thing with something like this is if we're looking at our daily time frame, we're still within that previous day's range. So whenever we are on an inside candle, sort of like this, we should be definitely on our toes. And we should be either in a lighter size or not trading it at all. Because when we have inside candles, we tend to fail to break out, and we tend to fail to break lower. So that leads us to choppy ranges. We see we were trying to move higher, but we're failing. Every time we try to move higher at this point, sellers step back in. I would be patient on this one. I'm not a fan of ANTE, ANTE. Yep, guys, don't try too hard today. There's nothing much to trade today, except, of course, those earlier moves. That's right, Tuna. We had that ELAB was a nice move. I wonder where that one's currently trading. That one's chopping around off that 296, but it is failing to head towards that $4 mark. We had such a great trade setup on that one today, guys. Really fantastic.
And, if nothing's looking good right now, then certainly, take a break, wait for the afternoon to roll around. As just with yesterday, we were mentioning the very same thing about how a lot of these names can trade better in the afternoon. Certainly, almost every single one that we traded yesterday was up much higher in the afternoon than it was earlier in the morning. I think there was only 1 or 2 that we were trading that didn't have that result, but every single other one of them much better in the afternoon. So, don't take these off your radar. They could end up coming back and providing other trades in the afternoon when volume returns.
Yep, 100%. I think someone, Investor Arena, asking again about Ethereum. I think Ethereum's definitely in store to hit 6,500 this year. Right now it's about 45, near 5,000. I think it could hit 6,000 this year for sure.
Investors
breakfast in New York on Friday.
Investors, you might be right about SBET flagging. I do have some concerns about the way this is looking. MACD is kind of signaling that the momentum is potentially slowing here. I don't like the way that the volume is starting to taper off as well, but we are still above VWAP. So my thought here is, as long as we can hold that 1945 level that we tested earlier, like 20 minutes ago, we could end up pushing higher and getting a resolution of this, what supposedly looks like a bit of a bull flag here. Just you want to see some more volume expansion that takes us back over the trend line that we drew earlier, and as long as 1945 holds up.
Yep. Guys, I'm looking at open right now. A lot of people are mentioning open. Using the volume profile here, we really don't have a lot of volume above $4. Sort of giving us that P shape we were looking at. I'm thinking this might be a fake out move, so I definitely wouldn't look to buy these highs up here. If you're already in a long position, great, let your winner run. But I would definitely look to start paying yourself at these highs.
Yeah, that's a big short squeeze here with open.
Yeah. I mean, next possible target. Look at that. That is $5 up here. This pivot right here is $4.97. Now, again, we have to sort of think in the sense that, okay, well, if everybody's anticipating $5, it might come back down to $3. So I would be a little patient on this one.
This is let's see. Is this okay? So it's been about a month because I could see a scenario where we do get the $5 and it ends up breaking out. I mean, the more we hammer these levels, the greater the chance of the price moving through it is. It might not happen this time around, but if it continues to get hammered, this $5 area, just as it did in, last month, I think a break of 5 is coming. And here we go with SBET. We're trying to get over 20 now. Looks like that bull flag was a good read here, because we did get that support. Let's see how high we can go. We have a 2030 high as the high print today.
Yep. Volume shelf on SBET at this point would be around $19 to $19.30. Hey, what's going on, Barrett? Asking for volume profile on Palantir. Yeah, absolutely, man. For sure, guys. For sure. I know. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking maybe I'll team up with Benzinga and I'll do like a volume profile like webinar or something. If you guys are interested, let me know in the comments. But that might be something, because I know a lot of people ask how I use it whenever I do host on here. So that might be something that would be of interest to you guys. Volume profile is a very helpful tool.
SBET's still having a hard time with that $20 area, so not really resolving quite yet, but you know, it's trying.
Yeah, it's trying its best.
It's trying.
So we were looking for that dip in Palantir in the morning, and it did give us that dip, but I was looking for a dip into 151. It dipped into 151.75, and then it was able to hold back. Yeah, you guys would like a volume profile webinar? All right, listen, I'll chop it up with some of the producers in the back end. We'll see what we can get cooking for you guys. Absolutely, for sure. In the meantime, if anybody is interested, I do offer one-on-one mentorships. You guys go to tradingpioneers.net. You go over to coaching services. I do also offer a free 15-minute consultation. If anybody wants to just chop it up with me a little bit, see what strategy you use, see if I could help you. Very, very helpful, guys, to have some type of mentor, instructor, or even just what you guys are doing right now every morning, join the Benzinga PreMarket Playbook. This gives you so much more experience and education that you wouldn't be able to have on your own. You would have to spend more time on the markets, more time on the charts, going through video after video. When you're here with me, with 13, with Ryan, we're giving you some guidance. We're showing you what we're looking at, and we're telling you guys why we're looking at it, to give you the information that you need so you could go be a successful trader on your own.
Hey, Lion Yassine, you're looking for Jerome to provide a good September. Would you be more inclined to anticipate that there's going to be some selling pressure earlier in September, and then about the time where we get that rate cut, we start to see a turnaround? Or because I don't think that we're going to have a great September all the way through. I think the early September is going to be more bearish, with the back half being more bullish. What do you think about that, guys?
What are we looking at? You think September is going to be a bit more bearish than August here?
No, I'm saying that they're talking about September being the best month ever, and I was kind of countering with, well, what if we start to see some more weakness in the beginning of September, and then as the FOMC meeting approaches, which is going to be mid-September, like the 16th and the 17th, as we approach that date, does the market start to turn around? That's just a question I'm asking them.
Oh, that's a good question. That's a great question, right? Because things, right, we could turn around here. We could go get bullish. We could go take out those highs. Hold up, this is Palantir. But ES, Palantir looks good to go make new all-time highs. Look at ES, guys. We did break that 64.89 price target that I had from this morning, from our pre-market, from when we were trading all the way at 63.96. That is over almost 100 points on the ES to the upside. That is mind-blowing. Really great stuff there.
So SBET still not able to get and hold above 20. So it looks like that MACD was kind of indicating to us that the momentum has shifted. Still potential for it to move up, though, but need to see that 1945. I think you mentioned 1930. Need to see that area hold up still if we're going to get any of that.
Yep. Let's see. Somebody asks, where do I see Bitcoin closing out this year? 13, are you in crypto? Do you trade crypto?
I haven't traded or held any crypto assets since 2020. That was down when Bitcoin was around 4,000 a pop, and I had a really good year in that. And then I sold my Bitcoin. I haven't had any since. Now it looks like that was a little bit of a mistake, but it's fine because I made a good amount of money on it.
Awesome. Yeah, I like Bitcoin's been a great sort of an easier read on the market. Back in, this was like last November when we were like breaking that 100K mark. A lot of people were like, we broke 100K, we're going to 125. Me personally, I was telling everybody, be careful. When we break all-time highs on something that's so commonly spoken about, like a Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin's spoken about, even people that don't invest in it know what Bitcoin is to a point. Now, that to a point is what helps us fail all-time highs, because guess what? Those people that hear about Bitcoin that aren't fully invested looking at it daily, they only hear about it when we're making all-time highs. So they might think, oh, Bitcoin's breaking all-time high. Yeah, I guess I'll buy it now. It seems bullish. What happens? We ended up pulling back all the way towards that 75, I think was that 74,000 mark, right? Since then, we were able to rally up about 124, 63%. 63% on Bitcoin. Now, at this point, our all-time high is 124,533. I would like to see us pull back to 100,000 one more time before we make our way to 150. And I think if we're able to make our way to Bitcoin on 100,000, then I think that would be possibly our last buying opportunity, really, before we start running towards 150, 175. Will that come this year? I'm not sure. It's already almost through August. So we're going to have to see how it wants to play out. But Bitcoin is definitely something that you would want to be crazy patient for on a pullback so that you could get a real nice return over time. Yeah, we still stream. This stream should be on X as well. Absolutely. I've held my Bitcoin since $3.90. I'm not going to sell. No, Robert, $3.90. You got some Bitcoin. That is wild. That must be already a crazy return on investment. You know, you want to talk about a return on investment stock wise. I always look at Carvana, man. That one, I got to make a video on that today, or at some point, just the story behind it, how it went from over $300 a share, $3.79, to it crashing, the company not going bankrupt, the company staying active, holding $3.87, all the way back up to $400, 13,000%. That is, I'm sorry, 1,600, not 13,000, 1,600% return on a stock. Huge. Guys, Robert, man, great job, man, on holding and investing on Bitcoin. Really good. Best way to trade, ask Warren Buffett, buy and hold.
Lion, I don't think I missed big when I had crypto in 2020. I did a really good trade off of that. I think where I missed big was not getting back into it when we were bottoming in 2022. Was it 22 or 23? You know what I'm talking about. We were bottoming. I think it was, I want to say it was like October of 2023. And that was the time to really load up. And I missed that.
Yep, absolutely. Got a few people heading out. Peace out, Amanda. Have a great day. I think somebody else also mentioned that they were leaving. Michael, what's up? Peace out. I'll speak to you soon, man. Hopefully you reach out after Labor Day. We'll get some mentorship going, man. I always like helping people one-on-one, sort of help bring your journey to that next level. But appreciate you all. Me and 13 guys, we're going to be sticking around till 11:30 today because that's when we bring on Sandra. Hey, appreciate that, Raffle. Appreciate you. All right. Let's see. Hey, have a great weekend, Robert, for sure.
Take
Guys,
care,
make sure before you leave, hit that like button, man. We're at 258 likes. You guys know how to bring the likes, and I love to see it. Let's go to 300 today. Make my day, make my weekend. I'd love to see 300. Let's take a look at gold. Gold is another good commodity to watch, especially when markets are fluctuating. And right now, gold is also giving us a rally to the upside. Taking a look at gold on the daily time frame, it has been very range bound. Now, something to mention when looking at something like gold, now people that trade Forex will also look at something like XAU USD. They want to look at the dollar. That would be our DXY, the Dixie dollar, US dollar index. Look at that. When the dollar is very weak, gold is very strong. Yep, gold had a great day because the dollar is selling off. It's going strong with that economic news, possibly, probably Powell's speech as well. Come back for Sandra. That's right, guys. Got to come back for Sandra. She's coming on at 11:30. You guys are stuck with me and the fantastic 13 until then. Great. What'd you say? Oh, yeah, stuck. I know, right? How horrible to be with some of the best analysts here on the Benzinga network. Gold is the king. Yes, sir. And I am friends with the king. That's awesome, man. We got to be friends with the king.
What's his name, Midas? No, I'm just kidding.
Of course it is. It's gold.
Here we go with SBET trying to make another push over 20. This thing is having a hard time with its volume, trying to go much higher. Here goes another attempt trying to take out 20. Don't know how much we're going to get out of this, but it's certainly trying to push up.
Awesome. Yeah, look at that.
SBET is breaking out. It looks like it's trying to. We got to get better volume than this. Like you see with this big move up that took us up to 2030. We need that kind of volume. We're not getting that.
100%. Right now, I wouldn't look to buy SBET right here. Right here, we're in a clear range with highs around 2007, right where we just hit. And lows, we have our volume shelf and an old resistance turns into support around 1930. And that's also, like I said, that low volume shelf too. So with this being our range, I'd look for us to break down first and then look to hold these lows and trade back higher and target that $20 mark. Because clearly right now we're really struggling to break above it. If we could break above it at this point, look at our volume profile, see how strong these volume shelves are, see how weak these volume shelves are. I would need us to fully break above, and I'll show you exactly what I'm looking for. Fully break above this $20.30, like fully clear it, get above it like it's not even there anymore. Once we're able to sustain and close above it, I'd like to see these areas of low volume remain as low volume when price trades above them. That way, when we reclaim the low volume shelves, that could be our long entry to target that next new high of day. So that could be another possible trade setup. There's two possible setups we're looking at on SBET, and they only apply if the market gives us our entry. They're not trades that we're just jumping in now and hoping they work. We want trades that require confluence and confirmation.
It does look like MBOT is setting up to try and push higher. If it can hold, looks like 375. What do you think, Kevin? I'm looking at a 5-minute chart. You might look at a different time frame, but it seems to me like this is kind of giving some broadening price action here. And the current formation that you have over the past 20 minutes looks to be similar to that of a bull flag.
Which ticker?
This is MBOT, MBOT.
MBOT. Yeah, you know me. You down with MBOT? Yeah, you know me. OPP. All right. Let's see. MBOT.
380 is a big wall that it's right up at that it has to get through.
Yeah, I definitely like the strength it's had here on the daily. Like my first go-to, guys, if I want to know if a trade setup's going to be A+ or not, is just by going on that daily time frame and looking at that relative price action. Trend being our friend, we look for that trend. MBOT has been trending higher, and we have volume picking up on the daily. Two huge good confluences, price up and volume up. I would look for us to continue. It's not at all-time highs. All-time highs aren't until they got a ways for that, so we won't be looking for all-time highs right now. But 437, another possible target, and where we're trading at right now, like 13 mentioned, 380 is pretty strong. I have 372 was another recent pivot. Oh, this is big.
Yeah, it looks like it's trying to resolve this bull flag, but it's just doing it on some low volume. We need the volume to pick up on this so we can get that move through that the 380 seller. But this is looking, the setup's there, but we need that volume to match it.
Yep, guys, check this out. Dip Buyer 401k, appreciate it. That's why community's so amazing. Canada to remove retaliatory tariffs on many U.S. products. That's pretty huge. Ryan said, thought Ryan was back when you were rapping.
And then look at SBET going right down to the VWAP and getting support. That's really close, if not exactly on the area you were mentioning where we want to see this come down to a little bit. You know.
Yep, you got it, guys. You got it. Absolutely. Fantastic. That's really cool.
Now, I don't know if that's going to be a bounce or if we're going to reverse here, but the MACD is still kind of indicating that volume is slowed and has not turned back up yet. So if we were going to get some movements that's going to take this up over 20, it could be pretty illiquid.
Yep. Let's see. ELAB. Where's ELAB currently trading? 307. So that one's been chopping around off that 290 to 280 support zone we had. Could still have some room left in the tank to continue. Yo, Kevin, you got it, man. Absolutely. Have a great day and have a wonderful weekend yourself.
Take care, Kevin.
Robert says he's up 55% on MBOT. Robert, fantastic return right there.
Yes, good mention on Ford with that Canada news, Izzy. I'd imagine that GM and let's see. Yeah, that's up. That's actually making some new 52-week highs, it looks like. Nope, not quite. Close, but not quite.
Producer, could you send me that link directly so I could open it, please? Thank you.
And then let's see. I would look at some other names like let's see, CPRT. That's up. What's another one? MGA. That's up. So car parts and suppliers are also up on that news as well. Great mention on
Nice.
Ford. It made me think of all the other ones. So that's a great mention.
Good stuff. All right, here we go, guys. Here's a little article breakdown from our fantastic team at Benzinga from Piero Singari. I just want to give Piero a quick shout out. I haven't spoken to him directly myself, but from the articles I've presented, the articles, the information I use, he makes some of the best content I've ever seen, I've ever read. He knows how to word things. He knows how to write it. Fantastic. Thank you, Piero. Now, Powell turns dovish as labor markets cool. Rate cuts now loom. So Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell used his Jackson Hole speech to strike surprisingly dovish tone, warning that downside risks to U.S. labor markets are rising and that monetary policy may warrant adjusting if economic slowdown deepens. Piero's the best, man. Absolutely. Many economists, had expected Powell to avoid any hint of a rate cut, even myself, instead reiterating that Fed's wait-to-see stance. Instead, Powell's speech delivered a clear signal the Fed's focus is shifting from inflation towards mounting risks to jobs and growth. The situation suggests downside risks to employment are rising, and if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment, Powell said on Friday. It's a notable departure from Powell of last year when inflation was public enemy number one. Downside risk of the job target. Let's see. Job growth has sharply decelerated to just 35,000 per month over the last 3 months, now down from 168,000 per month. That's a crazy drop. 168,000 jobs to just 35,000 jobs. That's a major swing, guys. People who were able to get work like that are no longer able to. People that were consistently working might be getting laid off. Job market is taking a major toll. We saw that our jobs news, our data was revised from the past 2 months from over 250,000 total jobs to about 70,000 total for those 2 months in total. It was huge. I mean, 13, man, what are you getting from all of this?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
I love it.
I've been on the side that we were going to be seeing rate cuts for quite some time. And I mentioned a while back that if we're going to get rate cuts this year, we're going to get one in September and one in December. If we don't get 2 rate cuts this year, we're going to get one in October. And that's kind of the position I've been sticking on because I've often cited that when it comes to inflation, the things that are causing the most inflationary pressures are the services side of the economy. Well, the services side of the economy is very heavily tied to labor, and that needs lower rates in order to continue to make payroll in some aspects, as companies will often take short-term loans to make payroll. And you have a lot of news coming out about how so many different small businesses are struggling. And to me, it just seems like, and I understand that there's like a lot of pressures that with other central banks as it relates to us cutting rates and them, doing their own monetary policy. But I think for just the purpose of our economy alone, we needed these rate cuts because it was looking like the services were just inflation was getting out of control, and we needed to help the labor side.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, we got to see a change in the labor markets, guys. There has to be some type of difference coming, and hopefully we do get that rate cut.
Great job with SBET. That's had a nice reversal off the VWAP, the 1940 or 50 area, 1945, 50 area. Did try to push back up over 20. Still having a hard time as the volume has not expanded to where it was when we did get that move through and hold above 20. So we still need to see some more volume expansion here. Same thing with MBOT. That's starting to resolve this bull flag that we pointed out. We are printing higher highs, but it's just doing it on very low volume, and
Yeah.
it just sets up for a very big pull that could come here.
100%, guys. When you see markets are moving up on low volume, that's the biggest red flag you could see. Because that means if it's got low volume, it can very easily be pulled. It can very easily switch directions. When we have consistent volume, then that's another thing. But right now, I'd probably stay out of MBOT.
Yeah,
ELAB back up. Let's see.
it's recapturing VWAP right now, at least on my broker. It's starting to come back up to that 325 area now. That was previously support. Now it's resistance. So if we can get enough volume to push through 325, then we may end up being able to test that 350 level again. But it's going to be volume from here until the afternoon for a lot of these names. So folks, if you can trade the melt ups, great, but just be careful because the volume right now is kind of telling us that things could pull really, really fast, and later this afternoon might be better for trading. So keep these on your radar, but let's not force any trades.
Absolutely. I like ELAB above 290 right here. Looks all right. Guys, don't forget, man, we are 30 likes away from 300 likes. You guys have been the best audience. I appreciate you guys. I'd give you guys a like back if I could.
And MBOT still trying to slowly grind higher, but the volume just keeps getting less and less.
Yeah.
Just be
waiting
careful,
on
folks.
FDA news, though, says Robert in the chat. That could be the news that we need to get volume going into the stock.
Okay, so that's great to know, and I'd be looking for it too if I'm going to be a big trader in this. My question is, do you think we get that today? I'm less inclined to believe that that's coming today. It might be more of like a next week or middle of the week kind of thing.
Yep.
So we'll see if that ends up being the case. I don't want to say that that's certainly what's going to happen. It's just a possibility. I just less likely to see big decisions from the FDA come out at the end of the week.
Yeah. Guys, check out equities real quick. Let's take a look at Apple, Amazon. Remember, we were looking at these earlier. We were looking at Apple was in support, and look at it. It's holding the bottom of the range. It did have that fake out to the downside. Amazon, we were looking for support around that 222. Perfect, guys. Look at how great Amazon held that support zone. That is fantastic. Apple was another one we were looking at. Right, no, that's the first one we just saw. What else? I think we looked at, didn't we look at Tesla? No, we looked at Meta.
Rooster.
Same situation.
Rooster, he just mentioned that IINN looks like it's consolidating on the 5-minute, and it does have some of that, but it's also really trying to defend 120. It seems like the pressure is mounting to the downside, where if this doesn't hold up, we're going to see a pretty good move down. And I think that support's probably not going to kick in if we do lose 120. It might not kick in until 116. That's been support for the past 2 days, it looks like, both in the pre-market and in the regular session. So if we get that breakdown beneath 120, that's where I would be looking at support.
Yeah, we're in a pretty tough range on INN right now, in my opinion. At this point, we just rejected the highs. We were looking for 130 to 125 to hold as support, and we failed that support. So with that being said, we're most likely going to try to continue lower a little bit here. I would not trade this one, would not look for this one. Let's see. IBIT. IBIT. What'd you bite? Haha. Let's see. So again, start on the daily, get a bit of an understanding of our range. I see that we're bottom of the range, top of the range. We're trading off the bottom of the range. So we'd look for longs off the 63, 64 area, look to target near 69, 70. Let's see, and that's on IBIT. I think, who asked for that? Where'd that go?
Yeah, so that's the BlackRock Bitcoin ETF.
Yep.
Having a good day, but it's right at we're in the same area as the 20-day SMA. Would like to see a close above that.
Yeah. Let's see. And that one's going to trade well with crypto, right? Well, especially with Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin does want to continue, that could help support this IBIT ETF.
It should be an exact mirror of Bitcoin, because my understanding is the only thing that's in this ETF is the Bitcoin asset itself.
It pretty much is. I'm looking at them right now, reflecting IBIT. For the most part, they are. We got to remember, though, because ETFs are only open from 9:30 to 4 for the New York session, they're not going to look exactly on the daily time frame because crypto is open 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
Man, I can't believe how rude ES was today to not give us a pullback entry.
Oh, that's a great mention there, Jay. So Nail is up almost 16%, and I'm just going to throw out a guess here because this is home builders and suppliers. Because of the tariff removal on Canada, that lumber might be getting cheaper. Is that the thought here, or at least the potential for why we're seeing this movement here? But man, great mention. That kind of makes me want to look at TMBR.
TMBR?
No, that's not the right one. What is it? I thought there was another ETF that just dealt directly with forestry. I know wood is one of them, but I thought there was another one that had a timber ETF as the ticker. But anyway, wood also up 3%, moving over its 200-day SMA for the first time since January.
Wow. This is Hood?
This is wood.
Wood.
Because I was just been talking about nail, and what are you putting in it? What are you nails into? Wood. So
what do you say?
But yeah, having a good day. Up over the 200-day SMA right now. Let's see if we can get a close above that. That would be the first close above it since February.
Yep, guys. Good morning, everybody. Tom said he's back. What's up, Tom? Welcome back. Yeah, unfortunately, no Anne Marie today, so you guys get the pleasure of trading with me and 13 until 11:30. How awesome is that, guys? We're 20 likes away from 300. You guys have been the best audience yet. What's up, Katan? Good morning, man. Good to see you in here. What's up, Ray, Mark? Good morning, everybody. Hope you guys are ready to finish off this day green, finish off the week green. Hope you guys all had a great trading week.
It's been a very slow week, and surprisingly, it's still been a great trading week.
Yep.
Usually you have great weeks on weeks that have good volume. Not great volume this week. Still had good trading.
Yep. Lion, I didn't, because 13 mentioned wood, and I thought he said hood. So
What does it have to do? It just has the ud.
It rhymes. That's about it.
You know what? That's going to be a verse when Ryan comes back and starts rapping. He'll incorporate hood and wood in there. So,
dude, I didn't know Ryan. It was MC Ryan. I didn't know.
Get ready, folks, to have your ears melted off by MC Ryan.
Yep, guys, that's right. High noon today. We got the sheriff coming in town to give us another speech as well to dump this whole big move we had today.
EEIQ, this thing is probably on its way to being done for today. I see there's a massive seller at 147. I don't know. We're going to be going much higher than that. We are coming down to the 65 EMA on the 5-minute. We have a support level right in the 128 to 130 area that we're testing right now. We lose this, we're pretty much going to be down into some of the pre-market low areas. So probably going to be done for at least the morning, maybe even the afternoon. We'll have to wait and see. Don't take it off your radar. But if EEIQ loses the EMA, the 65 EMA right here,
yep,
I think it go lower.
A big shout out, Marty.
There we go.
BLDR for lumber.
That works. Thank you very much. Oh, that's a great looking chart. Look at this rounding bottom. That is very nice looking rounding bottom.
Crispy said Ryan needs a rhyme to go with my rocket. He said it about 10 times yesterday. My rocket?
Because of Rocket Mortgage, RKT. Oh. We've been on this trade with Rocket Mortgage ever since Citron has been gushing over them about how great they're going to be next year for mortgages and people looking to buy homes. So a lot of us were from the happy hour, we're doing some long dated options. They paid really, really well. we're seeing right now today on the rocket daily chart, really nice reversal off the 20-day SMA, recapturing 18 and looking to go to 20 for the first time since September.
Yeah, look at that. September had highs of 21.38. Right now we're around 19.20, about 10-11% away from those highs. Is that our all-time highs? No, it is not.
No. Our all-time high is way higher.
Yeah.
That is going to be, well, if you count the meme stomp day in this stock, because back in March of 2021, Wall Street Bets got a hold of this one. It's one of the ones they moved. In addition to GMC and AMC and all those other meme stonks. This one, they got a hold of it. They ran it up to 43, 42, 43, and then it came back in over the next couple of days. So unless you if you exclude that, the high is going to be around 34.
Yeah, no, or even 30. I wouldn't even put 34. Oh yeah, I see that 34
right
high you're talking about. Beautiful.
Yeah, because that's shortly after the IPO. The IPO price was 18, so that's why that particular price is such an important level. And we just blasted through today.
Yeah, that's solid, man. Yeah, if Rocket could rocket its way above 21, it could definitely go see that $34 mark. I'd want to check it on the weekly real quick just to make sure we're not coming into any other resistance too. It does seem like right here is our resistance point. So check it out. This was resistance back in June 2021. Then it was resistance again here, September 2024. And now we're coming into it again. So this is near that $20 to about $22.60. So I would look to see if we could scale above this zone. What I would look for is I'd look to see if we could break this zone and then retest it. And on the retest, that's where we would take our long position to target 34.42.
And we still have a whole bunch of bag holders back from 2021 that have not had their day yet. So because if you're looking at that August and September, those highs, there's still that's only about halfway through the consolidation from that time period. A lot of that consolidation ends just above $23, and we haven't been up there in years. So as soon as we do get a move over that high from September of 2024, still think that we could run into pretty significant amount of sellers on our way up to 2023.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, $23.
Yo, Wiss, man, have a great day. Thanks for tuning in today. Tanya, peace out. Hope you guys had a great day. Hope you all made some money with us. Guys, what a great stream today. It's about 11:15. We have Sandra's coming up soon. Phenomenal stream. We went over some great trades. We had some great trade setups, especially on ELAB. ELAB, where we had that 290 area marked for longs, and we had a target of just new high of day around $3, and it blasted through that towards 360. That is insane.
EEIQ is trying to give a little bit more fight.
Which one?
EEIQ, one of the movers from this morning.
Gotcha.
Getting support from that 65 EMA, trying to turn around here. Still have that large seller in the way at 147. We're talking hundreds of thousands of shares that they're going to have to chew through. So you're going to need some pretty good volume if we're going to go higher than that, in my opinion.
Yeah. Awesome, guys. Good stuff. Good work today. Guys, give yourselves a round of applause too, guys. Every week that goes by, every day that goes by that you take a trade, that you take the time to come into our live streams, that you take the time to watch the charts is another day that you're gaining experience, is another day that you're getting one step closer to where you want to be in your trading journey.
You're getting better every day, folks.
That's right. 1% better every day is our goal. And don't forget, guys, Trump is speaking at 12 o'clock today. So if you are in any trades, keep an eye out for that.
All right. We do have MBOT still printing higher highs. Let me see if I can get an idea of where this might go. If we continue to push up here in MBOT, I don't know that's going to happen. But if we continue to get this kind of movement all throughout the day, there's a chance we may end up seeing somewhere into the 4 handle, probably 420 to 430, maybe even 440.
Awesome.
That's if this momentum continues. So we'll see what we end up getting in the afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely going to be right now, guys. 11:18. People are starting to walk away from their desks. They took their trades. They took their profits. They're going to go get, like people were joking, the second lunch for New York, or second breakfast, I should say.
Yeah.
So let market cool down. Don't force any trades. Stay cool, calm, and collective. Stay patient, guys. Yo, Sean, that is awesome, man. Sean says that fib level 50% is going to stick with me forever in my trading journey. Dude, I'm happy to hear that. Always important to have tools that we could consistently come back to, because our goal as traders isn't to get rich quick. It's not get rich off of one trade. Our goal as traders is to be able to create a system that is repeatable, right? We want to be able to do something that we could repeat every day in the markets, right? It's a process, and we want to be able to repeat the process. If we're trading and it's something that we can't repeat daily, then we would want to try to reconstruct our system. We want to be able to repeat our process. Benzinga, I've been trading you. Oh, Zach, thank you. Zach says, Benzinga, I've been trading with you since the beginning of the year. Year to date, I'm up 453%. That is a round of applause. We got to get some type of noise machine going in here, some drum rolls, some round of applause going. That is fantastic, Zach. Good job. Sassy, absolutely happy to help.
I just want to give an update here on IINN. This is still continuing lower, so it is falling. It has fallen a little bit out of that support area, that 120 area that we were looking at. Looking for 116 as support. It's not too far away from there. As a matter of fact, might start me trying to recapture that 120, but I think it could end up getting rejected. Just wanted to point that out there because we were talking about it earlier. I think INN is done for now. Might be back later in this afternoon, but for now, I think there's better things that could provide another trade.
Yeah. Yep. Could you talk about the 50% fib level more specifically and how you use it? Yeah, for sure, Joseph. We could cover that real quick. So let's go back to ELAB, because I think that's the one that we used for the fib today on that original entry. So back when markets were moving, and we'll get rid of our volume profile for now. Before we got this big bar, this was our entry and then exit in one 15-minute candle. We'll go to the 5-minute. So this is where we were going over our analysis. It was 9:05, 9:10, and I saw that we had our run up. So we had our rally. So we had our first move. So we put our fib tool from the low of the move to the high of the move. Now, normally, this would give us a 0 mark, a 100 mark. It would give us a big fib tool. Now, I turn the 0 and the 1 off because I don't necessarily need them. What I look for is I look for the 50%, which is halfway of the move, and then our 61 and 78%. Now, our 61 and 78% are called the optimal trade entry. This is sort of like they say 23% return on the fib. This is where that optimal trade entry would be. Whereas our 50% mark, that's where our discount and premium lie. So if we are buying below the 50%, we're buying at a discount. Think of it like if we're going shopping, we want to buy something on a discount. And if we're selling, we would want to sell above the 50%. We want to sell it for a premium. So that's how I use the fib tool. And then I use that 50% and our 61 and 78 to co-align with our volume profile. And that's exactly how we found this fantastic 240 entry on ELAB this morning. And then we were able to trade much higher.
Lion was mentioning that CNC appears to have bottomed. One thing that's interesting about this company is that they have a mini tender offer out from TRC Capital to purchase up to 4 million shares of their common stock at $24.75 per share. And the company, CNC, they're asking shareholders to reject this offer because it's beneath the price right now. But I just started reading into this, and it seems like this is something that we might want to bear worth monitoring. This offer expires on September 4th, so there's still more than a week left before this offer is done for. And if the price goes underneath there, I'm just kind of wondering if they're going to execute that. But the CNC is asking shareholders to reject it, so. Just something that bears with monitoring. I don't know if that's going to have any material impact on the upside of this or the recovery, but I think it's something that we may want to just keep an eye on if you're trading this.
No, absolutely. Guys, we have Paulo joining us today very soon, so make sure we're excited and we're prepared for him. Drop that like button. Keep it running up. We're almost at 300 likes today. You guys have been phenomenal. I hope a lot of you guys were banging and taking some great trades off of eLab earlier. That is fantastic. Awesome, guys. Really great stuff. It is 11:23. You guys have about 7 more minutes left with me and Lucky 13. So drop some comments, drop some questions. Let me know what you're trading and what we're looking at.
Yeah, Joseph, I just posted the price that the offer was. It's $24.75 for 4 million shares.
Wow. Let's see. Let's take a look at our futures chart, see if anything's going on in our ES and NQ. Those have just been grinding higher since Powell decided to speak. Right now, I do see NASDAQ seems to be finding some selling pressure, actually. So we could take a look at NQ. And we see ES was right up here. We could take a look at the NASDAQ once it switches over, if it wants to switch over here. And it is finding some resistance at this point, right? We were trading much, much higher up until about 10:30. Once 10:30 hit, we had one more run to a new high of day, and then we sort of stayed stagnant. So at this point, I'm really being patient for 23,470 to retest on the NASDAQ. That's where we have that low volume area. Other than that, guys, we're patient, we're waiting. We'll probably have to wait for tomorrow, or in this case, because it's Friday, Monday's price action to come to return to some of these price levels that we created with Powell's speech. Don't forget, guys, Trump does speak at 12 o'clock today. He could say something that could also give the market a very volatile move. So if you are in any trades going into his speech, I definitely recommend either scaling out of most of your position, sizing down, or just completely exiting, right? We want to play safe. When we're traders, we're not just traders. We're not just buy and sell. We're risk managers. We want to manage our market portfolio. We want to say, okay, I'm risking X amount. If I know that there's a speaker and it could surpass my risk, well, then as a risk manager, I'm not going to let that risk happen. I'm going to cancel it. I'm going to close out. I could re-enter afterwards. That's it. Thank you, Sean, man. Appreciate the kind words. We do what we do and we do what we love. We love doing what we do here on Benzinga, man. Some analysis, some trading, good charting. Absolutely, guys.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Shady. Thank you, Dip Buyer and Lion. Have a great weekend.
Yes, sir. You guys all have a great weekend. It's 11:26. We're rolling up 13. You got any last minute questions, thoughts, or comments on any of the charts we looked at today?
No, you know what, folks? I think the plan that we have here is just the one we want to stick with. We do know what's potentially going to move this market. We got Trump coming up, that he's going to say a few words. We do have the afternoon where a lot of these movers from this morning, they tend to come back. So keep them on your radar for an additional trade if that's something you're looking to do. Other than that, I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. I'll be back here on Monday with Ryan. Folks, take care. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Thank you, 13. Thank
take
you
care,
so much
Kevin. You too.
What's that?
I said, take care, Kevin. You too. I forgot to mention you. Have a good one. It was great seeing you again.
Oh, everybody forgets about me. That's fine. I get it.
Oh, sorry.
Have a good weekend, guys. 13. Thanks again so much. All right, Zingers, that wraps up our pre-market playbook this morning. What a phenomenal show. What great trades we took today. Amazing articles. We were able to see how Powell was impacting the market with his Jackson Hole speech. Really great stuff all around. Now we're going to bring on Paulo. I'm really excited for this. Like I said earlier, guys, Fridays, we bring a packed show with some great guests and some amazing trade setup. So hit that like button. Let's drop a little of a round of applause going for Paulo. What's going on, man? Welcome to the show. I can't hear you. Oh, he froze. I have that effect on people, guys. I'm so sorry.
There it is.
Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yes. Perfect. How are you, Kevin? How is it going?
Doing good, man. Happy Friday. How are you doing?
Thankfully, all good here. Looking at the latest news on Jackson Hole, looking also at some potential plays. Now that apparently Fed Chairman Jerome Powell is hinting at a potential rate cut for September. Yep. So let's see what potential stocks could be ready to break out on those news.
Let's see, man. Let's see. I'm excited to see what you have in store for us today. So I'll let you take center stage.
Thank you, Kevin.
Take care, everybody. Have a great day and have a great weekend.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. How is it going? Thank you for joining us here on our live trading session and technical analysis. And I would also like to thank Benzinga for inviting us here on Fridays at 11:30 p.m. You can find more information about us on our website, tradingmadesimple.org. We do a lot of automation trade, live trading session, trade alerts, and many other nice features to try to remain always on the correct side of the trade. So let's go into the charts. Let me share here my screen. Let me share my screen here. Seems that I'm not able. There it is. Okay, there it is, my screen. Perfect. All right, there we go. Perfect. So let's start here. All right, so we have some interesting setups. First, we're going to start quickly with the indices. As always, if anyone would like to request any ticker, any stock, any chart, any ETF you would like to see, please type the ticker on the chat room. I can see here the chat room from Benzinga. So everyone is encouraged to type a ticker, request a ticker, and we can run the technical analysis on it. I also have some setups I would like to share, but if a member would like to request any ticker, please just type it and we can run some technical analysis on it. So the first one we're going to check here is going to be, I see SoFi there requested. Yes, that would be the first one. 1 second. All right, so our first chart here is going to be the S&P 500 on the weekly time frame. So what is it that we have? On our last sessions, we have been looking at this ascending channel that goes all the way back to the COVID crash on 2020. This one here would be our first wave, right, on a macro Elliott wave pattern. This would be our second corrective wave. This would be wave 3, our third impulsive wave, our fourth corrective wave, and we would be currently on what could be the potential final fifth wave higher to meet that potential banner cycle 2026 top we have for December 2026. So a couple minutes actually before we started today, yes, of course, we're going to check QQQ and Q, and also Lulu, they're requested. So we actually, let me also delete this 1 second. All right, I was initially, and I'm still kind of initially looking at this as a wave 1. So I would be looking for the wave 2 correction, even though we are currently invalidating my bias there. We had a big rejection after some distribution here since mid-July, basically. And even though last week we closed the week above the confirmation level of 6,430, last week we did signal a bullish breakout, but as important as waiting for a weekly candlestick closing confirmation, I do think it's also very important to wait for a second week closing and reconfirming that level. We actually had a big rejection, and minutes before we had that big spike today at 10 a.m. once Fed Chairman Jerome Powell went live from Jackson Hole. This was a red weekly candlestick, and it was currently confirming a wave 2 correction starting here for a potential maybe 5 to 10% or even 15% drop in the market. In this precisely minute and second, we are invalidating it, but I would like to see how this weekly candlestick closes. So after the news that is hinting at a potential Fed cut for September, rate cut for September, if the S&P 500 is able to close the weekly candlestick above 6,430, that would be a second bullish signal closing above our macro structure here, and that would be signaling bullish confirmation. That would be signaling bullish confirmation. Then I would be expecting this wave 1 to continue higher, as we would be breaking above that level. Still, I wouldn't be surprised. Invalidation would be a 30-point drop basically from here. We would need to close below, the bears would need to close below 6,430. Let me see it on the 1 minute time frame. That would be kind of here. Basically, we would need to go back to where we were before we saw this big spike here at 10 a.m. All right, so that is what we have for SPX, and the final confirmation is whether SPX is able to close and hold above 6,430 for today's trading session. On the Dow, we were also distributing at potential all-time highs here. We actually had a big rejection, and it was looking like we corrected. We actually reached a 0.2, but I don't think this can be considered as a correction. So far, we're breaking above previous all-time highs located at 45,070. We're actually 700 points higher than that confirmation. So if the DIA, if the Dow Jones is able to close the week like this, above 45,700, that would be signaling bullish continuation to our next target located, which will join the 21 and 2024 highs, and that target would be located somewhere around the 47,000 range. So if the DIA is able to hold above 45,070, 45,100, we could still have a 2,000 point rally here for the Dow, and that would be a bullish signal. So it will be very important to watch these candlestick confirmations. On the Nasdaq, we also had one bullish closure above that week, but we were invalidating that breakout. We were canceling that breakout, breaking below it, and looking like a potential retest of all-time highs. But so far, now the NDX, the Nasdaq bulls, have been able to actually step in and support and defend here this breakout, and now we're bouncing. And now this is currently in this precisely minute and second, looking like a successful retest of what used to be a very strong resistance trend line, but this time as support. So if the Nasdaq is able to close the week above 22,200, 22,300, 22,300 for a more exact number, if we are able to close above that level, this would be a bullish closure for the Nasdaq, and I would be looking at bullish confirmation. If we actually close the week 300 points lower from here on the Nasdaq, that would be back to the territory in which we would be invalidating these breakouts. All right, now let's go quickly with Max 7 stocks. I do have a couple stocks I would like to share, and then we are going to go with a request. I do see we have a request for Lulu for SoFi. If anyone would like to request more stocks, more tickers, please feel welcome to do so. Just type it there and I can see them. So let's start here with NVIDIA. That's Microsoft. Okay, with NVIDIA. NVIDIA, we were actually still kind of distributing a bit on the past 4 weeks. And we are initially rejecting a resistance trend line that joins the 2024 and joins July 2024 and November, December 2024 highs here. This resistance is located at 186. Initially, I would be looking this as a new wave here. We already completed our first elite wave cycle here for NVIDIA, which ended up on a 5-point correction into a new bull market for the stock. While we remain below this level, I would understand maybe wave 1 could have ended for NVIDIA. Breaking above 187 would signal wave 1 has not yet finished, and NVIDIA would be breaking, and that would be signaling much more room to the upside. So the bulls want to see a break above 187 here for NVIDIA, with support, which was a breakdown, but currently not, at 174. Closing the weekly candlestick below 174 would signal a potential retest of our previous all-time highs, located at 150. So for NVIDIA, the next upcoming weeks, I will play it the following. Support at 173, 174, resistance at 187. The break in either direction will signal the next move. who's not looking that bullish at all, it's actually looking quite bearish, is Microsoft stock. And why is the reason that Microsoft is looking bearish? Well, because it's a blow off top into a liquidity grab. We had our resistance trend line joining after completed corrections. We had the COVID the COVID Elliott wave, which ended up on a 5-point correction into another bull market. I see UNH, of course, we're going to do that into a 3-point correction. And now this is wave 1 here for Microsoft. All right. We were breaking. We actually had 1 week closing above this resistance, and that was a bullish signal. But this one actually got invalidated. As then the next week, red candlestick. The next week, again, red candlestick. And now we have broken down. So this is actually a pretty solid argument for the bears. And I know Microsoft is not going to drag the market by itself, but still being such an important stock, the most valuable stock, depending on what day we're discussing, it's fighting the #1 battle there with NVIDIA. Basically, it's all been Microsoft versus NVIDIA for the #1 price in the market. Apple has been kind of relegated a bit lately. It has not been able actually to do an all-time high, Apple, different from NVIDIA and Microsoft, right? So the chart here for Microsoft, as we have actually, what this tells us, this liquidity grab, technical traders, right? We are looking at this pattern. I'm sure many traders were connecting previous 2021, and which were the 2 tops before the previous bear markets here for Microsoft. This was more than a 20% drop for Microsoft. So this is technically a bear market for the stock. It was almost a 1-year bear market, honestly. From July to April, well, 10 months, but this is still a bear market. Stock dropped 20%, right? It was a nice buy here at the 200 weekly moving average. My point is, previous tops on previous Microsoft bull cycles connecting gives us this resistance here. So technical traders were loading shorts here, positioning short, and then we had that big spike, potentially force exiting all the shorts here. That's a liquidity grab. Market goes higher or lower depending where the liquidity grab is working around. It forced out all these positions, and once we go for the retest, if it's a real breakout, bulls should step in, and we should see confirmation with a higher high against the first initial push, right? But that is not the case. Bulls did not step in, and now Microsoft, it's actually already dropping. We already reached the 0.2 Fibonacci retracement for Microsoft. So I do think we can kind of safely discuss Microsoft is already going through a correction. And that's why I do think we got a bit of mixed signals. So for Microsoft, while we remain below 523, I would be looking at a retest of potential previous all-time highs, located at 467 as the next potential downside target. So I wouldn't be surprised at all that we see a similar scenario, this blow off top we're seeing for Microsoft. I wouldn't be surprised to also see it potentially happening on the NASDAQ, on the S&P 500. Remember how we saw currently in this minute, NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are a bullish breakout from their weekly patterns. Let's see if we're able to close the week like that. Next one would be Apple, which is actually rejecting from resistance. No all-time high for the Apple bulls, not yet. And Warren Buffett keeps selling it. Imagine a legendary investor as Warren Buffett, not actually a trader at all, not even a swing trader, a value investor, stepping out, scaling out of Apple stock. What do they know, right? So here for Apple, it's still a downtrend. Actually, for Apple, we are retesting and initially rejecting our resistance trend line, which marked our previous all-time highs, and our second rejection here. Apple bulls strongly need the break above 235 to go higher below 235. I wouldn't rule out a potential retest of support somewhere around 204. What do we have for Amazon? For Amazon, we're initially rejecting previous all-time highs. I would say while we remain below 237, we could still maybe also retest the 40-week moving average at 212. Breaking above this resistance range would be a quick trip to the next target at 250. On Google stock is also retesting the top here. Let me update. I hadn't drawn drag here my arrows. We're also connecting our previous 2021 and 2024 highs here. The bears might try to argue a head and shoulders here for Google, but I wouldn't try to argue that, because for this to be a head and shoulders, we would need to break below the neckline breakdown. That would basically be giving all the profits and going back. I don't think this is going to work into a head and shoulders. If you want me to be honest, what I do think that might actually develop here for Google is if the market invalidates the bullish breakouts and Google starts rejecting here, this is going to start maybe looking like a potential short setup, but I think we might actually find a bounce at the 40-week moving average. Depends when we reach it. Right now, it's currently 180. Google bulls would need to break above 212 to continue higher. While we remain below 207, I would be a bit careful here on Google, as this is macro resistance. And another chart I really like a lot here is Meta. So Meta, we are retesting our previous 2021 highs before that strong bear market with our previous 2024 highs before that crash. And that resistance comes right here at 790. While we remain, if we break above that level, that would be a bullish breakout here for Meta. Breaking below 740 would actually be here a bearish signal. Then I would be looking for a correction. Let me show you one stock I like very much. It's a clear pattern. And then we're going with our request. So I would like to show you ASML here on the weekly time frame. All right. ASML, we have a big channel here. Super clean channel, which connected our 2020 COVID crash, our 2022 bear market bottom, and we actually revalidated this position, confirming this is the pattern developing on ASML. We bounced on April on the Liberation Day. I actually confuse and I always call it liquidation day, but it's Liberation Day. We bounced right there, revalidating this. We had our first Elliott wave cycle into a 5-point correction, into our second Elliott wave cycle, into once again a 5-point correction. And now let me zoom you in. So what's going on here? Is this a head and shoulders reversal on the weekly time frame? This is a very strong pattern. Left shoulder, neckline, head, second neckline, right shoulder. I'm currently viewing this as the first wave one, right? So this would be the wave two correction, similar to the wave two correction. And it could already be a buy setup for ASML. If this is the wave two correction, where are we bouncing? We're bouncing from the 0.5, 0.6 Fibonacci retracement. This could be a great buy setup for ASML. Also, we're bouncing from the 200 and the 40-week moving average, and it kind of looks like a buy setup. There could still be the possibility this could be a 3-point correction. This is the bounce. Maybe we could drop, but I would be looking at a potential inverse head and shoulders here for ASML as a nice swing trade for the next month if ASML is actually going to go for a third, fourth, and fifth wave on an Elliott wave cycle. Now let's go with our request. The first one is SoFi, and let's see what is my last chart for it. I have SoFi. Where do I have it? There it is. Oh my God, wow. Okay, let's bring the weekly time frame. The first I would be looking at, of course, would be all-time highs. Let's see. This was an accumulation range. We already broke above it. We retested the accumulation range, and nice move here. We also got a bit of resistance going on here. Yep. That is the range. Absolutely. We're finding some support at the 40-week moving average. There was this support going on here, but that is already part of history. We're too far. This was the accumulation range here. And now the question for the Elliott wave count. is where do we start at our Elliott? Can we actually do an Elliott wave count? I think this could be wave 1, wave 2. I think I would be starting it here. Still, what I don't like about this potential Elliott wave count is that the RSI is not giving me the correct signals. I like to start our Elliott wave counts on the lowest part on the RSI, and usually wave 3 has the highest RSI against a bearish divergence on wave 5. Here, our highest RSI is right here. So that would kind of be a potential wave 3, but I don't see which one could be 1 and 2. This could not be wave 1, wave 2, because here we invalidated it on wave 4, actually breaking below wave 1 highs, which is a golden rule on Elliott wave. Wave 4 can never break below the top of wave 1. So this one, well, you could still kind of argue we kind of retested it. Yes, I know it doesn't have to be millimetrical, but the RSI is not telling me here. This is more looking like an accumulation, and I do think the Elliott wave would be applying to the beginning of this breakout from the accumulation wave, from the accumulation stage, week off stage 1. So this would be week off stage 2 markup, and I do think we could potentially draw an Elliott wave here. Now let me actually check here if that is the case, and we would be starting here. Looks like yes, we bounced from the 0.7 Fibo here, and if that is the case on the Elliott wave projection, how high is wave 3 going? 1.6? Almost. We already broke the 1.6 would be here. All right, interesting. If we have a potential wave drop here, and if this is wave 4, I would, but this is just a projection, right? We don't have that many candlesticks, but I do think this could be the trade. So if this Elliott wave count is correct, a potential wave 4 couldn't break below wave 1 top here. So for example, if we do have a rejection here from all-time highs, and we actually reject and we go all the way here, the closer we get to the first one, it would be a stronger buy setup, as breaking below this level would invalidate this potential Elliott wave count. And then I would be understanding that this is canceled, and you can actually take a quick loss, a small loss. For example, if you buy here, your invalidation would be very close. But if this is correct, we could be looking for a potential final fifth wave higher. Disclaimer, this is not the strongest chart I have seen. This is not the strongest Elliott wave chart I have seen, especially because the RSI. I don't like what's going on here. Basically from oversold to overbought back to almost oversold. That's not a typical Elliott wave behavior. So I'm not going to leave it there on my chart, as I'm not that sure on this specific count. So yes, basically for SoFi, we would need to see here a break above 24, 28, 25, 28 would signal bullish continuation. While we remain below this level, I wouldn't be surprised to see that request. We have UNH and Lulu. I already have UNH charted, so let's go quickly, and then let's go with Lulu here. And where do I have this stock? And that's on healthcare. So, well, Buffett actually bought a position on UNH. Oh my God, Jesus. And for this one, I have to go into the monthly time frame. So Warren Buffett always say he doesn't look at the charts. But then that's a big, I don't think, of course, he looks at it, but I'm pretty sure someone on his team must be looking at it, because this is a perfect buy from the 200 monthly moving average. This is the monthly time frame. Last time UNH actually hit this level was on 2008 financial crisis here. Great buying opportunity. Also on the Elliott wave count, I already had this one charted. We have a wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we know this is a correct count because we actually crashed after it. So we're bouncing here from a macro monthly time frame that goes almost more than a decade back, goes to 2013. Still, we are kind of a bit breaking that one, but what I do like is the 200 monthly moving average. I was saying that for this stock, for UNH, I didn't know the news on why the stock crashed, and you would have to also follow the fundamentals on this stock to see why is the reason the company had such an important crash. I don't know what's going on there. I'm only following here the technicals. So this one has been requested in our previous sessions, and I always said, check how the company is going, if you can trust what's going on, if that's a buy or not. Now that Warren Buffett actually bought it with the big legendary experience he has and all the team he has on Berkshire, you can kind of trust that. You can trust their fundamentals, their analysis. So if they're buying it, there must be multiple arguments to buy it that goes beyond even information we actually have access to. So Warren Buffett buying it here is kind of confirming a bit, not the chart, but that the company might be a buy. So now that we know that Warren Buffett is in on the stock and we go into the chart, kind of looks like a buy setup here. So yes, for UNH, we would need to hold the 200 moving average on the monthly time frame at 213. If we are able to hold here this, that would look like a buy setup for UNH. And finally, Lulu, I don't have it charted, but let's see what we can find. I think it's trading 52 weeks lows. Yes. Oh, crazy. I already had a chart for this one, and we're breaking down on it. But this is the monthly 200 monthly moving average. I don't like that I don't see much volume here buying it. That's one thing. Then for our Elliott wave counts, let me 1 second zoom in here into the weekly. Oh, no. Not sure. Head and Shoulders, but a Head and Shoulders developing on 4 or 5 years. I don't think this can be viewed as a Head and Shoulders. Wow. This one is a bit more difficult to read, if you want me to be honest. I don't see which is the count here. I don't see any Elliott wave count here that I could possibly draw. Yep, 1, 2, nope. Also not here as well. There's no count here. Well, Lulu will remain risk off while we remain on this descending wedge pattern, while we remain broken down. That will remain here risk off. So Lulu bears here would need to recover 215 as fast as possible. Bulls need to recover 215 and actually invalidate this breakdown for Lulu. While we remain below 215, stock could be capitulating. I don't think the bullish divergence would be a buy here, to be honest. And we're also not seeing much volume. So yes, for Lulu would be that 205. And now that we do have some, as we do still have some more minutes, I would like to show you a stock I love on the monthly time frame. I have been showing this one lately, and it's NTLA. It's a genomic stock similar to CRISPR, mostly owned by RKK, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. And what I like is I like to go into the monthly time frame and I like to see the volume, right? So this volume can only be triggered by institutional money. And I don't pay attention to the candlesticks volume. What I pay attention to is where is this volume coming in? If this volume, what we can see here, for example, the spike here that was the top, we can see aggressive candlesticks against low volume usually signal distribution. Low candlesticks against aggressive volume usually signals accumulation. And what we're seeing that NTLA It's bouncing from its all-time lows resistance. This is basically a buy when there's blood on the streets type of setup. This is not even blood on the streets. This is like the apocalypse for the NTLA bulls. But see that we're breaking above this macro bear market descending wedge. We're bouncing from all-time lows here and this volume. Do we think institutional investors are panic selling the stock here? And this is the monthly time frame. So since May 2025, these are 4 months of high volume selling, high volume activity. We do not know if it's buying or selling. Here, October 24 actually started. So what's going on here for NTLA? Let me show you how this monthly, this trick on the monthly time frame develops. Let me show you the stock I like to show for this is Carvana. I always do it. See Carvana here? Aggressive candlesticks against low volume distribution, stage 3 distribution, stage 4 crash, stage 1 accumulation. Check these candlesticks. Carvana went from 30s basically to 380s, back to $5, $10, back to 360. Again, everything is possible. And check the volume. See this trick on the monthly time frame? This volume here, aggressive volume against this basically graveyard candlesticks. This was the accumulation telling us what was about to come for Carvana. So this is a trick. You can do it on the monthly time frame. You go to the monthly time frame, you bring your candlesticks. I know we have run out of time, and you can see this monthly candlestick, and that is the volume. So is a similar setup developing for NTLA? Could be so. I've personally invested into NTLA. I bought my position. I always wanted to get into genomic stocks. I was waiting for a good entry. I bought CRISPR. I bought NTLA. And they have that big volume there. They're looking very good. I would say it would be a great opportunity to buy those genomic stocks as well. So as we're about to finish, basically our confirmation, there goes the S&P 500. Are we about to invalidate that breakout? Bears need to get here. Looks completely... So the candlestick confirmation for the S&P 500 would be 6,430. And I do think it would be better to wait for that candlestick confirmation. If we close the week above 6,430, this would be a second bullish closure, and then it would feel more safe into looking at potential continuation of this wave one, breaking above here and looking for a continuation of this bull rally. However, if the bears are able to break below this level, that would be a bearish candlestick closing. Let me see. We have a message here. Yes, Benzinga is now about to stream Trump's speech right now. Trump has already started, and of course, we are finishing. So I would like to thank everyone for your participation, your attendance as always. I would like to thank Benzinga for inviting me and Sandra here every Friday at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time to share some potential trading tips, some market insights, some charts, and some macro analyses as well. So that would be my confirmation, SPX 6,430. Let's see if we close above or below that level. If you would like to learn more about our services, we have a Discord server with live trading, automated trades, also live trading sessions, right, with trade alerts as well, technical analysis, many nice features for traders and investors. Beginners, intermediates, advanced traders are always welcome. You can find more information about us on our website, www.tradingmadesimple.org. I hope everyone has a great weekend. Thank you to the guys at Benzinga. Thanks to Kevin, and have a great weekend. Looking forward for next week. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you.